for our rails, train gang Denims. I'm so goddamn excited. Guess what? There's a problem though. 1 trillion ain't enough, and this bill is only 1 trillion. So I'm so goddamn excited that the Democrats using reconciliation to push through more shit that we need to help fix our fucking society. And I don't know if like Sparky is mad because like we called it human infrastructure. Let's just call it giving children pre-K. I thought as a nationalist you would support making America stronger, thicker, meatier by taking care of our fucking families, but you don't seem very excited about that, do you, big guy?
They're not a means.
Our car's not infrastructure if public transit is. Both of them help people move from place to place. If I take you're telling me if I take a fucking like tram to work, that I'm using I'm using infrastructure. Then you're telling me if I drive a car, I'm not using infrastructure? Like
you're using the road which is infrastructure. You're using a road which is infrastructure, not your personal car. Your personal car is not infrastructure; it's a commodity of which you own.
And what's that car going on the road? Like we need to do both.
You actually pay for that through your taxes by purchasing your license.
You understand that trucks and cars use similar technologies, and we use trucks to transport all kinds of things.
I am
so
talking
if we have
about
car tech, we have truck tech.
You do realize that.
True.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Wonderful. Welcome. Oh, did somebody just drop?
Getting a better connection, restarting.
Yeah.
Got it. Wonderful.
There he is.
Okay. I'm happy to welcome all of you to the Hippy Dippy Roundtable today. A whole host of different guests with different perspectives.
With roads buckling in the Pacific Northwest, a deluge drenching a New York.
Hello.
I'm very sorry about that. I am very
Hello.
sorry.
Wow. That was
What was
wonderful.
that?
Wow.
I'm very sorry.
Wow. That was great. A production quality increases every show. So I welcome you all to the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. We have a whole host of different guests. I'll get into the rules, but first let me introduce everybody. I'm going to start in the top right-hand corner with Denims, Margaret Thatcher, Marx, and Biden in the background, co-hosting.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm Denims. I stream politics on Twitch in the morning. I'm a SOCDEM. And yeah, should we also, other than the introduction, should we also be saying how we feel about any subjects, or that's after?
No, that's you. Just say who you
after,
are right now.
Okay.
Right? Denims trying
It's
to
been a
steal
while
the
since I've
spotlight.
been on one of these. Okay.
Yep. Denims has gone
Right,
into
thank
greater
you.
pastures and such. Yeah. By the way, just know if you ever stay over at Denims, she will wake you up at 6 a.m. while you are laying on the couch.
I have to stream.
Yeah.
I have to stream.
Yeah.
Wait, Dylan, you don't get up at 6 a.m.? Like, that's some weak shit.
You got to get on your Sigma grind set.
I get
bro.
up I get
Wait,
up
you
at 6
people fall
p.m.
asleep before 6 a.m.?
Okay. Now we're gonna throw it over to Biggs.
Yeah, I'm Biggs. You can find me on Twitch at Biggs8500. I'm a center-right libertarian. I think of myself as kind of like a pragmatic libertarian, but I try to value personal responsibility, but also understand the need for social safety nets and productive spending. So hopefully we can all have a wonderful debate tonight. And thank you, Dylan, for having me on. And thank you all of the panelists for joining us tonight.
Wonderful. Look how gracious they were. Denims. Now we're going to throw it over to Aircraft Sparky.
Hi, everyone. It's Aircraft Sparky. I am a nationalist conservative. And, well, when I get aggravated on these things, I might even pull out a puppet. We're hoping she don't come out tonight. But anyway, no, I'm happy to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Got some great people on this panel. Looking forward to a productive conversation.
I'm excited for the puppet. Now we're going to throw it over to Hard Wooden Sock.
Hey, what's up? I'm Hard Wooden Sock, center right. I try to bring more, civil views from the right. Thank you for having me here, Dylan, and I look forward to talking to you all.
Happy to have you here. Now we're going to throw it over to Hans of Honecker.
You could you know my name. That's so mean to me. It's Hans of Harkir. Thank you very much, sir. Like I wish you would do more research on your panelists. Anyway, hi everybody. I'm Hans. I am Left Twitch's biggest, burliest Pokemon master. I do Pokemon Nuzlocke streams. I do deep dive research streams into different political topics, and I am super fucking excited to be here. I'm a SocDem / market socialist. I'm just really excited to be here and talk about infrastructure and everything else. And like I know Dylan said not to like talk about the topics, but like infrastructure is core to my being because I am a brick house. So I'm so excited. Thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna fucking kill it. Let's go.
Wow. If I knew it was Hans of what was it? Say it one more time for me.
Harkir.
Oh, okay. If I knew it was that guy, then he wouldn't be on. You just slipped through that. Okay. I'm gonna throw it over to Perspective Philosophy.
Hello, thank you for having us on. I'm Perspective Philosophy. I'm a philosopher, if you'd be surprised at that. I'm a socialist and a market socialist, so not a tanky or anything. And here to make everything convoluted and abstract, so question your very being.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Riverboat Jack.
Hello, my name is Riverboat Jack. I go by Jack if you want. And I am a socialist. I talk about politics over on Twitch every weeknight at 8 p.m. Central Time. And I just want to make the world a better place, and I want to make good, grounded arguments to do those things. So, yeah, come by if you're interested.
Happy to have you on. And now we're going to throw it over to Kevin Castley, who's been having a blast with Afghanistan right now.
Oh man, it's depressing stuff, right? Thanks for having me on again, Dylan. It's good to be here. Let's go. So I'm Kevin Castley. I run the channel Superpower Broadcasting. We stream live to Periscope, Twitch, and YouTube every day. I do daily premieres over to YouTube, so be sure to check that out. I'm a liberal hawk / unilateralist. I'm a social liberal, economically center-right-ish, so economically liberal in the traditional sense. I'm a feminist, I'm an anti-theist, and I'm really focused on matters of international relations and security issues. That's the bulk of what we talk about on my show. I've been branching out recently more to talk about social issues and some economics and stuff. I've got a degree in political science and a degree in economics, so that's mostly what I talk about. So if that interests you, be sure to check out my channel, Superpower Broadcasting, and it's good to be here. I'm looking forward to this panel. Some interesting stuff for sure. I think, I like debates too. I do a lot of debates. I'm expecting, given the composition of the panel tonight, we're probably going to have some debates over taxes and stuff like that. So
wonderful. So let me go into some of the very bare bones rules we have in this programming. Number one is nothing against Twitch terms of service. If you do anything that is TOS, usually I'll try to give you a warning. But if I kick you immediately, it is just for the preservation of my income and everybody else here who has income from their jobs as well and loves to stream on the internet. I hope you all understand. Next is if I am talking, nobody else is talking. I am simply talking just so I can moderate the discussion. I'm not giving my opinions here. We're not even talking foreign policy today, so I won't even have that much of an urge to do so. Besides that, we will make sure to not attack people for immutable characteristics. This is stuff like attacking people's race, attacking people's gender, and attacking people's religion. The reason why I added religion is unless it is a religious topic, you should just try to lay off of going after people's religion as well, even though it isn't classically referred to as an immutable characteristic. Besides that, I have a notepad where I will write down people's names. If they haven't been able to speak, simply raise your hand and I'll write your name down. If you can't seem to find your way into the conversation, please use that as a last resort though. Is there any questions about any of the rules? No, wonderful. You all have a short intro and outro for every topic with an open period of discussion in the middle. We're going to go straight into it and start the show off with defunding the police. During the recent negotiations of the $3.5 trillion budget, there was a bill proposed to go after those basically who want to defund the police. Cory Booker, of course, had a back and forth with the person in question. So the question to everybody else is, what do you think about the term defund the police, and should we defund the police? We're going to start in the top left-hand corner, as always, with Aircraft Sparky.
Muted.
There we go.
Muted.
There we
There you
go.
go.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, well, me being the basic conservative, of course, I'm going to say, well, no, we shouldn't defund the police. However, I say that we should reform the police. The term defund the police is actually kind of ignorant. Around 80% of people in high crime areas actually want more police in their area. Defunding the police would actually do nothing but to bring down that availability of police officers. When we look at people, such hypocrites such as, well, Cori Bush, who will gladly take money out of her own campaign funds and stuff to pay for private security while still advocating to take away police from less fortunate communities because, well, police make mistakes. Yes, police do make mistakes, and that's why I say we need to reform the police through new forms of community outreach and new training, such as more de-escalation training, and a little bit of mental health work with some of the police. They work in a high stress job, and sometimes that stress gets to them and causes them to do bad things. And of course, with the community outreach program, it would do something like teach people how to interact with the cops and possibly help de-escalate situations. So I am against the idea of defunding the police. But reforming, yeah, that's a topic that's worth discussing. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to go to Biggs.
Yeah, so I think we should probably do the complete opposite of defunding the police. If you look at the statistics, most countries put their police through a lot more training than we do. Some of the data shows like we have like something like I think it's like less than 1,000 hours of actual like training time. Other countries have like double, triple, quadruple that. So I think that's one thing we can look off their examples. I think that we also need to reform the union protection that police have. I think that everybody should be held responsible for their actions. And I think it should be up to the police to be able to defend their person efficiently. But I think that we need to do something about the severe lack of accountability by police. And then finally, I think we need to have better vetting for police. Part of this, I think we can improve with the education by maybe requiring a higher level of education to even join the police, and then a much better vetting process. Because I feel like a lot of this issue, if we can weed people out that are in the policing industry for the wrong reasons, I think we'll have vast improvements in the overall population of police in general.
Wonderful. Also, I forgot to state at the start of the show to everybody at home, unless people state beforehand, everybody here is not an expert on the issues in question, unless they, of course, say beforehand that they have a degree in it or they have studied it in some way. I'm sure if they are an expert on the issue beforehand, they will say that beforehand. So please get information from other sources as well. This is simply an internet roundtable. Do not get your opinions all from random people on the internet you have never met and doesn't have a degree to back up some of the stuff they're saying. Just wanted to throw that out there to please don't use this roundtable as your only sole source of information. Now we're going to throw it over to Denims.
Yeah, I think that there's a small maybe miscommunication on what the term defund the police means. So there are some people that I think are on the fringe in terms of like left-leaning spaces that say defund the police and genuinely mean I want to defund the police. And I think those people are maybe not thinking about how useful the police are. And how much we do rely on the police. I think from my understanding, when it comes to the term defund the police, it's not exactly explanatory and doesn't actually mean what we think it means. It means more so we want to remove some of the funding that goes to the bloated police and spend it somewhere that could be proactive instead of reactive towards crime. So putting it towards things like mental health services in communities, more infrastructure in communities, better schooling, things like that. And all of these things reduce crime, making police less needed in these areas. And I am very in favor of that in the latter there.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hans of Honecker. Hakir, I'm sorry.
It's like, oh, this is slander. No, wait, which one's spoken slander? Anyway, all right. So Biggs already touched on this about specifically American police are trained really shittily. The average training time for an American police officer is 21 weeks. That is dog shit. You're saying I can learn how to like actively enforce the law in like what, 5 months? That sounds absolutely insane. Other countries do it better. Like Finland has like over 5,500 hours in terms of training. I want these guys to have bachelor's degrees. I want them to have master's degrees in law enforcement. And again, this is partially why I am not in favor of the slogan "Defund the Police," largely because everything that I want to do that will improve American policing requires more money. Whether it's like, building massive universities across the country to like better train our police officers, have different police academies, say like in different states and different areas. Whether it means we have to fund body cams for everybody, whether it means we have to fund the data collection and record service that I want to do, and whether we have to fund, like, say, civilian control boards or oversight boards, we need to fund those as well. And then we have to do like the crackdown, the hiring and firing process, which again will take more administrative resources. So everything that we need, whether defund the police in spirit means like we're actually just like reallocating stuff, that's totally fine. But like then I say it's a shit slogan. We should probably abandon it. We should focus on the policies like that were in the George Floyd 2020 police reform bill that passed the House, is currently sitting on the Senate. Hopefully we can get that passed at some point. That is a lot of this stuff, like whether it's increasing funding, whether it's increasing funding for training, whether it's giving us a national public database on different police officers, like in their interactions, violent and otherwise, with people based on their race, their gender, their ethnicity, all that sort of good stuff. And we can do that. We can hold them accountable. And all this requires more money. So defund the police. No, let's make police better. And that requires more money right now. So yeah.
My favorite quote from that is, their race, their gender, all the good stuff. I love that. We're going to now throw it over to Hardwood and Sock.
I actually agree a lot with what Hans just said, where like they need more funding. They need more funding. They need more high intensity training, not necessarily gun training. Like the slogan "Defund the Police" is catchy, which I think is why it was adopted. But it doesn't explain what policies are actually going for. If you want to throw more money into social services, or like have a little like a social services wing of the police department, if someone's having like a mental health crisis or something, I would like to see that branched off of the police. So that would be more funding for the police there as well. So as far as defunding the police, I don't agree with that at all. More funding, more training, more accountability. I think that's all great things that hopefully we can all agree on at some point.
Wonderful. For everybody at home, also, I'm sorry I keep shooting promos and stuff. Next week, I will be going on Hutch's mental health podcast. I'm very happy to go on that. And next week, for the first time ever, we will be collaborating with everybody's favorite, John Zerka, on a custom roundtable with John and I as the hosts. We'll sure it'll be a polite and productive discussion. Next, we're going to go over to perspective philosophy.
So yeah, I think that it's really interesting. What everyone's brought up has definitely reflected what I was thinking about this, although I would like to make this more convoluted and abstract. So I would like to ask the question, really, what do we mean by defund? Is this about abolition, or is it about incentivization? Are we actually fulfilling the role of the police, or the function of the police? Is it actually doing what it's supposed to be doing? Why do we need them? And if we do need them, can this role be mitigated by proactive services which we could be putting funding into? Is the funding being allocated in a way that is genuinely creating a more sustainable society? Then it could be used in another way. And perhaps that is the most important thing I think that can be raised in this point, is the economics of what would be a social problem. When we think about whether we should fund the police or defund the police, what we really need to think about is whether throwing money at a problem is actually going to make it better. Whether giving them more training will make it better, or for example, giving someone a master's degree in law, would that not just create a technocratic elite which would be able to enforce the law and be more dystopian? And perhaps maybe we need to modify other institutions within society to allow more cohesion and more function, rather than throw money at a problem.
Wonderful. Now we're going to go to Riverboat Jack.
So if we look at the history of civil rights struggles in the United States, we can go back to the big one, the civil rights struggle in the 1960s. And if we go back there, it's very clear that there are a lot of slogans that are pretty easy to take out of context and to manipulate in ways that are not great. For example, one of the popular slogans and buttons worn in the 1960s by a lot of white people who supported civil rights was, "I am a white agitator," co-opting the language of conservatives who labeled, who are basically blaming white liberals, white lefties, for stirring up the blacks, So it's pretty easy to take slogans that are meant to be kind of quippy but representative of larger issues out of context in a way that defangs or completely changes the topic of conversation. No one advocating for defunding the police is advocating for a less safe society. Instead, what they are advocating for is the priorities of policing to change, and to put money into what I cheekily call Police 2. People who are mental health professionals who can respond to mental health calls. Those people, guess what? We have them. They're called social workers. We can just send social workers to deal with mental health calls. There's no reason to send people with guns to these calls when all that's happening is somebody was suicidal and tried to overdose. We've seen case after case where things escalate into violence when they really don't need to. And it's largely a result because police are asked to do way too much in our society, and we should have them do less. If we focus the police on doing more concrete things that are within their training, then I think we will have better results. And I think we will also have better results if we move some funding from the police to things like social services to respond to calls. Yeah.
Okay. Next is going to be Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I got some things to say about the entire Defund the Police thing. I think what we need to recognize here is that defund the police, yeah, it can have a few different meanings to it, but as it relates to the actual financial effects of it, it does literally mean defund the police. So this was attempted, for example, has been conducted in Los Angeles, where they slashed about $150 million in police expenditure from their budget, and it resulted in a decrease of about 350 officers, as well as more bare bones police services as far as reporting and everything from the civilian population goes. That translated about a decrease in about 4% of the total officers in Los Angeles Police Department. That ultimately gets problematic because we need to consider the fact that the police, has already been talked about here by some of the other panelists, already have a lot to do, and they don't necessarily get enough training as it is. And so if they're already, in many cases, short-staffed and already undertrained, we're going to expect from that high stress levels of being a police officer. It's a very thankless job in that regard. And what this tends to yield is that we've seen instances of, awful police brutality. Sometimes it's absolutely intentional. I mean, we saw what Derek Chauvin did. That was an intentional act of brutality there. And I mean, he faced justice for that. But the broader issue, though, is cases of accidental mistreatment, accidental rushing to shoot somebody because police don't necessarily have the best training. 5 months is not really sufficient for this. And if we're going to go down this route of defunding the police, it raises the question, what's going to get cut first? Is it going to be salaries? Is it going to be the most junior officers? Is it going to be the guns? It's probably going to be the training. It's probably going to be the most junior officers, not necessarily result in any decrease in brutality. If anything, those that are left are going to be even more stressed and under prepared, and they're going to commit more brutality. And then this is where I get a little bit conspiratorial about it. I kind of see this as, if you wanted to abolish the police at large, you would start by making small cuts so that police brutality goes up, so that then you can say, oh, well, they're bad, they're even worse now, we need to defund them more until they're basically gone. And that's the more cynical side of it, is if you want to get a radical change through that you couldn't win right away, you have to go through it incrementally. And each time you take away an amount of their budget, that's less that they have to work with when they're already doing a really difficult job. And so for me, I actually want to increase police funding, and I want to specifically dedicate it to training. I want to dedicate it to mental health, kind of what Aircraft Sparky had said earlier. And the point about social workers, though, I think you can't really substitute them for police, even in a mental health context, because America is a country with far more guns than people. And so to have unarmed people go and answer some of these calls is dangerous. It's a potential recipe for disaster. And I think it's a good thing that police are trained in how to use a gun, though I would argue they should be trained a lot better in that. And I would also say that finally, Well, we need to take a look at police unions. Police unions actually serve to protect, just by default, some of those that commit the worst brutality against the population. And that it is ironic from my standpoint that I see a lot of people in general kind of on the left or in more sort of fiscally liberal circles talk about how they're for a Green New Deal, they're for Medicare for all, they're for all these very expensive programs, which I'm not going to comment on whether those are good or not. But then when it comes to police, we can't just do more and then also fund social services. We have to actually be frugal and cut it. It seems kind of hypocritical to me. If we're for all this big spending anyway, why not also fund the police better so that they can do their job better and also invest more in social services? Why not all of it if we're going to be fiscal liberal? It seems like it's more coming from an anti-police rather than a pro-better policing standpoint, in my view at least. So thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go into the open segment. We'll have about around an hour's worth of time where we can go back and forth on the topic before moving on to the next one. Anybody is free to start the open dialogue.
So I have a question for those of you that are more focused on the mental health care stuff. Would you be more willing to give more funds to like add those type of sections to the already in place police departments, along with adding some more funding for like, training and things like that? Or are you more like, we need to just take the money from the stuff we already have because of like, over militarization, which I can kind of agree with as well. But like, what's your, like, how do you plan to bridge that gap? Like, I'm just kind of curious.
Okay. Like, the only place of the police that I'm willing to like say actually take less money from is the over militarization. I believe in the fiscal year 2017, they were given over $500 million in military grade equipment across the country. I don't think we need that. Like, I don't think any private citizens seem to have tanks. Like there's like that one guy in like the thing that in like Wyoming that they had to stop him. But like aside from that, I don't. And we have National Guard for shit like that. So aside from that, yes, we need more money for this, whether it's training police officers. And then part of the George Floyd Act was specifically about having a database for interactions between police officers and the mentally ill. Like, so it's not just like we see like a horrible story every like couple months where they like, attack someone who is clearly unwell. We can have a record of it to make sure that, hey, maybe these police officers are constantly attacking people who cannot defend themselves well, who should be like getting the help they need. And if that means we have to train basic police officers in like a mental health segment so they can de-escalate with these type of people while providing like a special like unit that does like explicitly mental health stuff, like probably in larger cities. I'm not sure if we could do it like in like a 10 like person hamlet, but like absolutely. So I want a baseline for all police officers and then have specialists, whether it's like, just like we have specialists for SWAT, we can have specialists for mental health. I don't see why we can't do that.
Yeah, I would just push back a little on the thing about the militarization. I mean, the United States population in general, not everybody, of course, it's disproportionate in gun ownership, but the population is militarized, so to speak. And so I don't want the U.S. police force to be in a situation where they risk being outgunned by criminals. You'd rather have the police have an advantage rather than be on par or a disadvantage. That's my take.
I agree with that a little bit, but go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to point out that the Washington Post did a really good look at spending on police over the years since the year 1960 to today, and largely have found that there isn't that much of a correlation between increasing spending on police and like lowering violent crime. So especially if we're talking about lowering crime rates, if we're talking about keeping communities safe, I would advocate that what we already spend on police could be cut up to more effectively fund like mental health. Like I think throwing more money at the police to respond to the original question doesn't necessarily result in the kinds of changes that we want, and we should have maybe completely different or interconnected agencies that work together to respond to these. Instead of calling 911 for a mental health call, you can call 912. So, something like that. And you, instead of a police officer showing up, you have a police officer 2, Electric Boogaloo. Like the sequel to The Police show up. They're even better. And people would be more willing to call the police for mental health reasons if that were the case. If they had the option to call specifically a mental health team to intervene in cases where someone's acting weird or acting a little off, and I think that would be really, really good. An example of what I'm talking about is in this data from 1960, right? In 2010, spending rose to $412 per person, and crime rates were down to 3,350 per 100,000 people overall, and 405 violent crimes per 100,000. And then in 2012, spending went down to $389 per person, but crime rates continued to fall further to 3,256 per 100,000 and 388 per 100,000 overall. So what we actually see is less spending on cops does not necessarily translate to higher crime rates. In fact, what tends to be the determinant of crime is often poverty. And we can see, like with the crime spike over the last year or so, it's highly correlated with the extreme amounts of like financial ruin people are experiencing in the United States as a result of the pandemic. So when we talk about these things, we need
the government's role in the pandemic, shutting it down.
I mean, we can definitely talk about how the government could have instituted better programs to more effectively shut down without putting financial burden on the majority of the working class. We can definitely talk about that. But when we're talking about like crime and policing, it is impossible for us to overlook the role that poverty plays in increasing crime rates.
Jack,
I hear you there.
wait, Jack, I have like a small question. Like you said, like the falling rates were from like 2010 to 2012.
Mhm.
I can understand that.
By the way, that was just an example. There are other instances.
Okay, I was like, I would love to see like more data on that, because like that specific instance, that feels like we're recovering from the Great Recession and like crime rates like falling as like people are like getting jobs again. But overall,
that's part of my point.
Okay, but overall,
correlation is not causation, right? Like you can lower police spending in a couple years and see crime go down about, what was that, like 5%, but crime has naturally been going down for many, many, many different factors. When you look at crime in various different communities at a local level, that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. But on the point about just in general, how increasing police spending doesn't necessarily yield lower crime or better results, one of the problems is, what's the money going towards? Is it just to hire more cops that aren't going to be as trained, or is it to pay higher salaries or buy more guns necessarily? Because what I want to do is specifically increase funding, but have it go to up the quality of the existing police force. And if you want to bring on more cops onto the job, you got to train them better than 5 months. Like we got to be talking about big training, right?
I do absolutely agree with better police training. I just think that when we're talking about what police are already asked to do, I think it is unfair to require police to always be on guard for a violent situation while also acting as trained social workers, while also acting as trained mental health care professionals, while also acting as like community like service, like directing people to the different services they need. We can have more specialized people for those things, and I think a better route than putting them in the police department would be their own agency.
So Riverbold, I got one question for you on that. With your police 2 or your 912, when those social workers arrive, sure, they'll be more focused on doing social work, but are they going to be trained and equipped in a firearm in case things go south? Are they going to be able to protect themselves and their community?
So the very what I'm proposing is that police would largely only be called in to deal with violent circumstances. Other people could be sent to deal with non-violent circumstances. And so if something goes violent, if something goes bad, which of course would happen because that does happen, right? I think that social workers can be trained with basic self-defense to like keep themselves okay and to get help when they need to. And then the police can come in and deal with the situation that has already demonstrably turned violent.
Also, if I can interject just really quickly.
Firearms?
No,
wait,
I would not give them firearms. No.
Sorry, I just want to interject really briefly,
Denims,
which
and then
is
we're gonna go to Sparky after.
Okay, cool. From my understanding, in other European countries that have social workers that appear on site, they are usually in like systems that we would maybe try and imitate. They are usually accompanied by police officers, and they are there for the safety of the social worker, but they take the social worker's sort of lead on everything. And if the social worker is saying like, no, this is someone who is just having a mental breakdown, they're not dangerous, they would just be there, just in case for their safety. But it would be there predominantly, like the social worker would take point there, essentially.
So one thing that we need to look at, one thing that blatantly just being disregarded is I firmly believe that a lot of people think of the police force as a preventative force. They truly aren't. They're a reactionary force. They are there to enforce the law once the law has been broken. They are not there to really stop things like the idea that spending more money on the police department does not lower violent crime. No, it's actually got to be the presence of the police there as a deterrent. When you see that, when you look at places like Portland, Oregon, that has recently defunded their police and their murder rate shot up 800%. Now that is the big outlier. When you look at places like Chicago, who has defunded the police about $100 million, they've gone up about 22-23% in their murder rate. It is because less cops on the streets in the beat, you have less deterrence. Police are not there to arrest people before crime happens. They are there to react to when crime does happen. I firmly believe that we do need to increase the amount of training, but this idea that 5 months for being a basic rookie on the police force, that is not where their training stops. When they go to the police academy and they do their 5 or 6 months, however long, that varies state from state. When they go out on the street, they spend their first 2 years with a partner, and that is part of the training process. That is, you don't need to spend 3 years at a university to be a traffic cop. You need to spend about 2 years with someone on training on the job. Now, one thing that we need to look at possibly would be things like mentorship programs within the police department when you have police with high rates of complaints. And every cop, good, bad, or indifferent, are going to have complaints because no one likes it when people actually enforce laws, enforce rules. So a lot of false reports come to police departments all the time, and there's a lot of legit ones as well. I'm not dismissing them all, mind you. But this whole idea of we're going to keep a database of every little complaint that happens, I think that's a little ridiculous. Now, I think every substantiated complaint, I could go, yeah, why not? But when you have unsubstantiated complaints and it's going on their record, I think that's a little ridiculous. Because if they didn't do anything wrong, whatever happened to this idea of innocent until proven guilty? I mean,
Well,
Sparky, I had the answer for him. Like, dude, in the George Floyd bill, they differentiate between the types of claims. If it's been a substantiated claim, it's read as that. If it's unproven, it's read as unresolved. So you can tell whether someone has a legitimate complaint toward those police officers or not. I agree with you that walking the beat has been proven to be better than, say, cops driving in cars, and having community policing and community oversight absolutely help. I think there's two aspects in terms of we're talking about police reform. One is making the police better trained, making them safer inside their communities, and the other type is accountability. That's what the database is for. That's what the civilian oversight committees are for. That's what that's for. And then the training, the different then the diversification of the police force, that's what making sure that we have actual better outcomes in society for. And then the last thing, dude, I'm sorry, I don't want you to come in for your 5 months and train on a job where you literally have the power of life and death over people. I don't give a fuck how good your mentor is. Don't go in 5 months and say gonna give him a gun and let's just hope he gets mentored correctly. Just give him 4 years. I studied public policy for 4 years and I barely understand the government, right? I don't think a police officer with 5 months of training can actively enforce the laws of our land well. And that means you have to give them more training and more time. And if you want to do a mentorship program while they're in in police academy or anything like that, that's fine. But you saying that 5 months is enough, and that's the average, mind you. That means some police officers get less. That is not fucking okay.
So the deal is you're actually sitting there saying that, well, now I guess even our military needs to have at least a year of infantry training before they go out in the field. Why is it that you can give a 19-year-old hold on. Why is it that you can give a 19-year-old a gun, stick him in the middle of a fucking battlefield, and he's going to do the right thing every time? Well, almost every time, let's be honest, because mistakes do happen on the battlefield, and not shoot non-combatants. Well, the answer is infantry soldiers only get about maybe 2.5 months worth of training. If they can do it at age 19, how can someone at the age of 21 not do it? Now you're sitting there saying, "Oh, well, that's the average," and that's just
police and
terrible.
Soldiers aren't the same, though.
Whoa! Police and soldiers, hold on. Police and soldiers
is less.
Do you think police are waging a war on the citizenry of the United States?
hold on. Police and soldiers have the same amount of control over someone's life, as Hans put it.
They-
have
No,
control
they
over
do not.
death, life and death.
One
Yes, they
is
do.
one is
A
to like
soldier is
control
designed to
Wait,
kill
wait,
everything.
wait,
It's
stop,
to protect and
Hans,
serve.
Hans,
Sorry.
okay. I want people to talk one at a time, or I'm not going to hear anything that's going on. So I'm going to have Aircraft Sparky finish his point about police and cops having the same amount of control over people's lives. Then we can move on to people who disagree with that. Can you finish your statement?
Yes, yeah. Look, it's not that big of a deal. Look, I don't want police to be like soldiers. That's why I like them to have more training. But the idea that you need to stick someone in a classroom in an academy setting for over 6 months, when initially they're going to be strictly doing traffic stops and things like that, they go through more training following that. I argue that needs to be more training after the fact, more annual training on things like de-escalation and things like that. But if you're going to sit there and say, oh no, we got to send them to 3 years of college for a job that's only going to pay on average about $16 an hour at best, I think you're looking
One
to it,
second.
bro.
Can I just interject and just say, like, just in regards to the comparison between the military and the police, like, I hope to God you're not talking about the United States military. And I want to say I have the utmost respect for our American allies when I say this, but the reality of the American military is that it's vastly undertrained, that a lot of the time it causes unnecessary casualties, and to be entirely honest with you, does a poor job in defending itself, never mind making sure that normal civilians don't get hurt in the crossfire. I think the British military, for example, and I'm just as a comparison, because we have a far smaller population, we require much larger amounts of training. We actually take something like the Royal Marines. They actually get about a year to 18 months worth of training before they're actually put into a battlefield. And the officers have to get even more than that, like 24 months worth of training, and a lot of the time have A levels, which is a higher education, before they can even get anywhere near a battlefield. So when we're talking about training in the American military versus the American police, I think that both are actually ridiculously undertrained. But regardless, I just wanted to add one thing. I think I do agree with you in the sense that deterrence is incredibly important. Having a well-funded police service and having the capacity to make sure that criminals know that if they break the law, there will be consequences is probably more important than actually having them turn up, put boots on the ground, and respond. As soon as you have an underfunded police, you are going to have to react more, not less. Because people are going to think, oh, well, I can get away with the crime now. More people will start calling the police. And when they get there, they'll think that they can fight and respond to the police and not lose instantaneously to an overwhelming force. And then one thing I wanted to add as well was this idea of mental health, adding a new mental health service. I think that it's an interesting idea. I think that it certainly has credence. But I think that the issue is, when we look at the problems in the police force, why would they not be emulate these exact same problems in a social service, which is going to, by and large, either call the police when they think that something's going wrong, and you're going to end up having to fund two services to perform the exact same function, or you're going to end up with a service which is, again, performing an ideological power upon the population, which is trying to mediate problems without actually changing why these problems are occurring. That is reactive rather than proactive, to be entirely honest with you. The social problems that are happening in society that are causing mental health issues are not coming from lack of consideration from others in terms of being able to, tea and sympathy from a social worker. It comes from economic issues and social problems within the actual formulation of communities, like the form of communities. So when we're looking at funding social workers to arrive on scenes, yeah, it's really good because it prevents cops, for example, getting in scenarios where they can't handle it, but it also leads to perhaps we're not funding the areas that would need to be funded, which would prevent these scenarios from even occurring. And that's not even considering that what do we even mean by the terms mental health? Are we just going to criminalize evil, or are we going and say that everyone who commits a murder is mentally ill, which I hear people do all the time? Or are we going to say that actually what we mean by mental health is a very specific and grounded notion, and it only applies to certain members of the population who then do commit crimes?
Yeah,
Also, I also don't. I don't want to drop this point. Sparky, you said like cops make $16 an hour. The average salary for a police officer is like $61K, which is like $15,000 more than the average American. That's like $30 an hour. That is not like
Hold on.
Underpaid.
You're talking about including areas that has a large requirement for income to live, such as New York City, Chicago, LA. I am talking about. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You understand how averages work?
Take those big metropolises out of the equation. The average actually salary of a rookie police officer is less than $20 an hour. So why would they want to do 3 years of college in order to get paid less?
You can pay them more. If that's the thing that's stopping you from supporting police education, then I can raise their fucking wages because I love all the workers. Jesus Christ. Like, that's what's going to stop you from making us, like, give us better police training? You're like, well, they're not making quite enough. Then fucking raise their wages.
Okay.
See, I have no problem with raising the wages of police, but all at the same time, people say like, "Oh, you don't want the police trained like the military." No, you kind of do, because there is a war on police here in America. There is such thing as a cultural war. Look at back in the 90s when they started saying "F the police," and then you had, of course, cop killer. Now there is an actual cultural deal where it is actually fun and cool to talk about killing cops. And so, yeah, the cops are somewhat at war, and that is why there is such an issue with paranoia with cops on the beat. And that's why some of these bad things do happen, because people don't know how to interact with the police.
Okay, so there's
also, last thing, like for their salaries, he said like in the poor states, the average salaries in the poorest state, the lowest average salary for police officers is $36,000. That is way above the minimum wage. They're crushing it in their home states.
Yes, that's
what you're talking about.
That's $15.30 an hour.
Okay.
More than
an hour.
Okay, we're done with
That's
this.
more.
We're done with this interaction because there's other people raising their hand. So we're gonna go to Kevin because Kevin hadn't said anything yet. Then Biggs. Then we're going to go, of course, ending it with the lovely Riverboat Jack.
Thanks, Dylan. So I just want to basically touch on that. Yeah, as Aircraft Sparky was saying, if you start in it, you're going to have oftentimes a higher stress level than a lot of the more senior people on the job, and yet you're gonna. And now that's true in any job, of course. It's just the consequences with policing are pretty serious, and so you want to make sure that they're paid a pretty above average wage because of the gravity of their job in that sense. On the point about the military, I don't think it's a good retort to say we don't necessarily need to pay that much more because look at the military, or we don't need to focus this much because look at the military and they can handle it. The fact of the matter is that the United States military, the average soldiers there, especially starting off, are not that well paid. I've always said, you can look at my channel, go back 2 years, I've always said that if I were in charge, I would increase defense spending, but as a part of that, I would specifically allocate a decent amount of that to go to raising salaries. And you might say, well, we can still get people signing up right now. It's like, okay, sure, but it shouldn't just be about supply and demand when you're talking about the most important job in the country. People should be getting paid quite a premium to do that job because of how serious it is. And yes, I think that a better paid professional army, a better trained army would have a lower instance of, war crimes, that kind of stuff. And that's true. That's why when you look at standing armies that are well trained, at war crimes as much as just private contractors that don't care or not very well trained standing armies. A professional standing army of a state that's well paid is going to commit war crimes far less than just a bunch of guys out there that haven't really been getting that much training, aren't paid that well, or a bunch of private military contractors that don't really have any core allegiance to the state at the end of the day and to the national identity and to making that look good. Look at Blackwater, for example. They're a joke, and their record, they've had to change their name so many times because of that, and yet the United States gets blamed for their actions when they're independent of the U.S. government. But I did want to say, though, just to finally touch up on this, we got to increase police funding. We just have to do it in a way that's specifically going to go to training, because historically speaking, higher funding has led to higher salaries and more police officers, which is good. I'm not against more police officers per se, but if the quality of each police officer is the same, you're going to expect, the same rate of police brutality. We want to improve the per capita quality of police officers, and that does require funding more. But I'm not opposed to also putting more money into social services, because at the end of the day, even though down the road I'd like to have fairly lower taxes, we got a lot of problems that need to be cleaned up right now, and I'm not even against raising taxes to pay for this. I don't see why it has to be a trade-off. Why not both? That's my answer.
Okay, next was
Can I-
Biggs.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, perspective. I'll put you after Riverboat.
Okay, so I think one of the things that we've kind of all missed.
Wait, did
in
I
this
say
whole
Biggs? I'm sorry. I meant Hardwood and Sock. I said Biggs.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, go ahead. No problem.
All right, sorry, Biggs. No, I wanted to talk about perspective philosophies, like issues with, in regards to like, there's other issues going on that are causing like crime, like i.e. like poverty and other social issues, right? I think that in order to like solve this in the short term, we would have to focus more on policing and police training. Whereas I agree with you that in the long term, we need to do some different policies in these areas to improve people's economic, well-being and, give them more opportunity to prosper, which would encourage less crime. So if we're just focusing on like, if we're not going to focus on the police aspect of it and just focus on the economic aspect of it, it's going to take a lot longer to change, and we're not going to mitigate any damage, in the short term, because it's going to take years for them to get to the level where they're not predisposed to commit more crime. You know what I mean? So I think like if we take like a two-pronged attack in this, it would actually work out really well, and then eventually we could actually start like bringing the funding of the police down, where we might not need as many. But for now, with the massive crime spikes that we're having, if we attack it both, and like, I don't like the term throwing money at it, because you have to have policy behind that money, where like the money is going to these specific things, whether it be police salaries or more training, where like what I would like to see is have a police officer 1 day a week do training, whether it be de-escalation training, high intensity training. So when you are in, when you have your adrenaline going, like you're not like you can actually control yourself a little bit better. The police, after their initial, whatever, like 21 weeks, like they don't train enough at all. And if they do, it's like, all right, we're doing gun training. You know what I mean? Like they're not training the right way that is going to help improve society. So I don't know. Like, I think a multi-pronged attack, more funding, more training, social services, which is great. And like, I think that might be the best solution to solve our crime issues.
I promise that like that the bills that have been passed and the policies that like are currently being pushed are specific in terms of their funding. Like the George Floyd Act will give billions of dollars to police departments for body cameras, for like de-escalation training. All that stuff is specific. I promise. Like when we say we're putting money into this, we're not just like giving like fork out spending to police officers. It's literally in provisions of the bill that you say, if you don't do this training correctly, if you don't use body cams, we will take the money back. So it's like conditional on them improving their behavior. So I promise it's not just throwing money; it's conditional money for police departments to improve themselves.
No, okay. I 100% agree. Someone just said earlier that we were just throwing money at a problem. So I agree with you. No, you're good, man.
I got you. Yeah, I was like, we're not. I promise, we're wonking this out. Like we're wonking the fuck out of this.
Okay, I genuinely think it's off. I'm sorry, like it's not my turn. I'll wait. It's
gonna be Riverboat, then Perspective. No worries.
Okay.
Skip me.
So
Biggs, I'll give you after. Then we're gonna go back to Open.
Okay. So first off, police aren't at war. Even if you think that there's like some cultural war against police, like being insulted and being called like a pig on Twitter is not the same as like being shot at by like active combatants. Okay. And claiming that the entire like United States civilian base is waging a constant war against police is literally why we see the police training done the way that it is, right? You have police trainers coming in and telling police that they should just be shooting civilians. There is the popular phrase, better to be judged by 6 than carried, or judged by 7 than carried by 6, whatever that phrase is. It's basically better to go to court than to be carried out in a box, you know? Anyway, that's beside the point. Perspectives point, I do think we need a reactive force of some kind, and I would just rather that reactive force be controlled by social workers, but I'm not naive to think that that is going to solve the underlying problems. Remember, earlier I said a lot of crime is directly the cause of, a lot of crime is caused by poverty, right? Now, Portland was brought up, and like the massive crime spike in Portland, and that was attributed to the defunding of the police. But what we actually see when people look at the data is that a lot of that violence is being fueled by gang warfare. And that gang warfare, in turn, is being fueled by the conditions of poverty on the ground, on the streets in Portland. This is economic hardship causing the increase in violence. And when we're talking about that, you know, we have to look at, well, you know, social services, right? Those are designed to alleviate some of the symptoms of poverty. Well, it turns out social services are very difficult to administer when there's a massive pandemic that you have to take precautions for. And so the massive spike in crime is largely a result of the economic hardships brought on by the pandemic. And we need to be able to address those economic hardships if we're going to be able to address violent crime, and we need to be able to address violent crime. You know, like one of the main things that police do in the country, especially in large cities, is shuffle around the homeless population. Well, what if instead of spending money on police specifically just to hassle homeless people and move them around every 2 hours, what if we spent that money instead on housing homeless people so that they can get cleaned up, that they can actually have a stable place to live, that they can then re-enter the workforce? You know, these ideas have been tried elsewhere and largely eliminated poverty. A great example of this is in Finland, actually. And if we pursued these policies, that benefits everyone by stimulating the economy, by getting more people into the workforce. And that's largely something I want. I want our country to be more prosperous. And I want us to not have homeless people. And we can achieve both things by housing homeless people. And as far as the relationship between, because like private military contractors have been brought up in this conversation, I do just want to point out that Blackwater has done a crazy amount of rebranding. And in fact, one of their rebranding efforts has them in control of a company called Academy, which incidentally is responsible for training a lot of our cops in the United States. So when we talk about private military contractors and PMCs, it is directly related to how our cops are now being trained. They're taking the tactics that they learned as mercenaries in places like Iraq and Afghanistan and bringing them home to the United States for police to use on civilians. And frankly, given the track record of companies like Blackwater participating in massacres in the Middle East, is it any surprise that when those people come here and train our police, that our police commit acts of violence against the civilian population that aren't justified? I don't think so.
Well, on the point about Blackwater, I want to be clear about something.
1 second. Would it be possible? Okay. Perspective Philosophy has been waiting. I'll want to throw it over to him, Biggs, and then we can open it back to open discussion. I'll make sure you get to say something, Kevin. And a lot of this has been directed towards aircraft, so I'll make sure he gets to speak too. Perspective and Biggs. I want to make sure everybody's heard.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Obviously, if he wants to go and if he would, we'll sort it out because I'm gonna respond to you as well. Anyway, superpower. So yeah, I've got a couple of people who responded to me, so I'm gonna quickly try my best to respond to you. So Hardwood and Sock, you said that essentially that you do see these problems, but that we need to have a police force that would be able to react, so that there would be a two-pronged attack in order to also tackle social problems, be proactive and sort of, aid the scenario, but then have a police force that was actually capable of responding and deterring, ongoing threats. whilst we wait for those fruits to bear, which I actually do appreciate. I think that's quite a good strategy, except I do think that the issue with reactivity from the police can also be symptomatic treatment, in which we medicate a problem and every medication has its own side effects. Increase in reactivity will put more boots on the ground. More boots on the ground means more contact with the police. More contact with the police means increased resentment of the police. It means increased likelihood of police malpractice, and even issues which have been related to was it institutional racism, where police are coming into contact with the most poor individuals in the United States, and those individuals in the United States happen to be from African American backgrounds atypically, and so their contact with the police is leading to increased representation in the criminal justice system, and this is causing issues in itself. So we do have to think, although it is a good idea to have a two-pronged attack on it, that every action has a reaction, and so every time we do fund any service or we do take any particular action, whether it's actually going to create the consequences that we would actually be looking for. I think that also, Riverboat Jack, you said the police aren't at war. I actually think this ties in quite well, because I think that the police are at war, but not in the same way. Like, obviously, I'm not a conservative sort of ideologue. I'm not going to say like, we must crush the population. Like, well, maybe they're not conservative as much as fascist, I guess that would be. But I'm not going to argue for something like that. But I think there is a metaphysical war going on in the United States. The identity of what it means to be a cop, boys in blue versus, defund the police. And there is this constant ideological war between liberals and conservatives, which, weirdly enough, somewhat maps on, or at least it used to map on, to the old Civil War boundaries, but it also maps on very nicely to really notions of in terms of conservatism, in terms of what people think in terms of freedom. People think in negative freedom, or they think in positive freedom. And I think that there is notions of an ideological warfare going on around what it means to have a certain concept within society, what the word police means and the connotations with that. So when you have the police and you think they're not at war, they're facing, you're saying like, getting called a pig on Twitter isn't really being at war.
Can I clarify real quick? Because I 100% agree with you. I just think that it is foolish and dangerous to equate like a cultural conflict in society to actual boots on the ground warfare, which is explicitly what was being done, in my opinion. But I agree with you on everything you're saying. So,
well, I think that's fair. Like, obviously, the comparison can only go so far, but I think that there is one thing to consider, that any conflict between individuals, it has its basis in ideology. And so, what we're seeing in terms of this, what I think, to be entirely honest with you, I think the United States is in a state of war in terms of, the gang culture in LA, for example. The UN would have intervened by now if it was its own sovereign nation. It's that bad. So, in terms of an ideological conflict, there is a metaphysical war which is, being instantiated by violence. It's not coming from nowhere. It's coming from, people's psyches and their dispositions towards the police force and towards each other. But I do agree that, that analogy only goes so far. Like, there is a difference between somewhere like, Afghanistan and what's going on there right now, and walking down a street in Connecticut or something. So and then the last thing I was just going to say was to Super Power Broadcasting, and you said that you would increase defense funding, and I know that you were just talking about making an analogy between defense and obviously the police force. I think that there is another issue there. The idea of increasing defense funding is in and of itself, I think, not as reflective as I would like the United States to be on the formulation of its economy, on the way that its economy is actually structured. The issue with defense funding in the first place has a lot to do with the way spending is allocated and the way resources are actually being distributed in terms of outsourcing. I mean, if we look at some of the outsourcing, I think there was independent research done on the Pentagon, and they could have saved hundreds of billions if it wasn't for outsourcing, or hundreds of millions. I have to double check the numbers. It was an incredible amount of money, and I want to say 200 billion, but I might be wrong. It might be 200 million, but it was a stupid amount of money. And I think that if you look at how much money is being wasted in the United States because of pumping it into, let's say, less well thought out solutions, and instead we are throwing money at the problem. I think the United States are, and I think Britain does it as well, to be honest. with throwing money at problems rather than thinking of social solutions and how we need to structure society and where these problems are fundamentally coming from. I think that this lack of reflexivity is what's causing these problems that we're constantly reacting to. And unless you get ahead of the curve, you're always going to be a slave to it.
Okay, so we're gonna throw it over to I was gonna go over the bigs, but Superpower Broadcasting had a lot to respond to. So Biggs,
Yeah,
would you be okay if I
sure.
go with the Kevin then you?
Yep, go ahead. Sure.
Okay, sure. Kevin and him.
Okay. Thanks, Dylan. Yeah. So, first point, just in general, on the point about the police and whatnot, and Academi or Academy that Blackwater rebranded one of their divisions to or whatever. I'm against private military contractors altogether, like across the board. I'm not going to make this like a foreign policy thing or anything, but I think that the fact that the United States is simply, and it's not just the US, other countries do this too. Russia does it as well, for example, outsources jobs that should go to very trained, careful special forces type people and whatnot, and give it to mercenaries. I mean, Machiavelli 500, 600 years ago was writing about how never trust mercenaries, never rely on mercenaries. They have really no core allegiance in that regard, and they don't really care if they make your country look bad as long as they make money. I don't want cops getting trained by those guys. I don't have an issue with cops getting training from, like, say, special forces in the military, though, for example. I think, you know, if SEALs or something did some training with cops, that wouldn't be a bad thing. I wouldn't trust private mercenaries that do war crimes to train police officers, though. I want to get rid of them across the board. I don't have an issue with a private company building equipment like Lockheed or whatever. You have competition between different firms to make better equipment, but as far as when it's actually out on the battlefield, that stuff needs to be governed by an elected government, basically, with a civilian commander-in-chief, with a military that's accountable to the national image and an actual operational standards, not these private companies. So I don't obviously support them getting training from them, and I do think that can be problematic. But on the point to what Perspective Philosophy was talking about, and about what was in general mentioned about throwing money at an issue, I think the one issue where throwing money at something can improve it is if people are underpaid, though. And I think that entry-level police officers, and that's the key point here, entry, not average, but entry-level and entry-level soldiers are underpaid, and you can actually solve that by paying them higher wages. So I would support that in general. I think about the point about inefficiency. I know Perspective Philosophy brought up how there's been a lot of waste and everything. There actually has been. The Pentagon could definitely be a fair bit more efficient with the spending. Now, there have been efforts made in recent years to get more efficient about that. You're never going to have 100% efficiency because of the nature of it. Sometimes people can't know what other branches are up to, and sometimes things are secret to even other agencies, that type of stuff. So it's kind of hard to do even with congressional oversight. So you're never going to get 100% efficiency, but it is good to work towards a higher efficiency rating. But as it stands right now, I would support increased defense spending and increased military spending, with a big bulk of that simply going to pay these people better. Because think about it, if you are considering what you want to do as your job right now, and you're a young person out there in the United States, who's going to want to sign up to be a police officer with all the hate that's out there, all the poor image and everything? The only people that might want to sign up for it right now might just be psychopaths. They're like, yeah, I get to shoot people or whatever. It's a really tough job. And a lot of people are doing the whole all cops are bastards thing. And I know people say, well, they don't mean literally all cops, they mean the institution. But you're by definition going to filter out people that might want to actually change things and make it better, to just simply people that don't care what anybody thinks of them. And sometimes those people, they could sometimes be good, they can be tough. Other times they can commit acts of brutality. Sometimes they can be the Chauvin type person. He didn't care what anybody thought of him, and look at what happened. So thank you.
Okay, next is going to be our favorite man who's been very patient, Biggs.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I agree with a lot of the takes about the militarization from the left's perspective. I think that needs to be cut down severely. I do agree with some of the things that was said by, like, what's the bottom right corner, Superpower Broadcasting, about the having the need to have the officers protected, right? Kind of doing a little research into this. Like, the whole reason why we militarized the police really stemmed from the 1997 Hollywood shootout, and where the police departments at that time were severely caught unprepared. So that led to more SWAT type teams, more riot tactical gear, more advanced armory type transport vehicles and things like that, right? But I think now we've gone so far overboard with the police, whereas in most cases, that level is not ever going to be needed. Now, I know some on the right would say, like, well, the population's heavily armed, but I think in most cases, most people aren't going to attack the police unless they're doing something egregious, like trying to like make some kind of a crazy move. On top of that, I think the one thing that we're completely just haven't even talked about in this whole issue, which I think is one of the main issues with police, especially regarding like people's rights as far as like escalating situations, is the police themselves don't know and don't understand the actual laws. And this comes down to like lack of training. And that's why I think that we really need to focus on that, because the more we can train the police, especially in, you know, if we, like Han said earlier about having like 4-year degrees, we can give these police officers the knowledge on what the people's rights are when they're pulled over, so that way they don't have these situations where they have to escalate things or where they take things too far. Because I think a lot of this stems from the police not being prepared, getting freaked out, and then doing something that's beyond what they should be doing, right? They're using unnecessary force, or they're just blatantly doing something bad. But I think that if we train them better, we provide more knowledge for the law, and just basically, like, I agree with like Riverboat said as well, with in regards to like the mental health officers. I think that that's a perfectly reasonable take. I even like the take of having them being somebody separate. Like you could have that 912 call, say, and like many things. Like obviously, like when we have an accident, not only does the police show up, but you have fire trucks, EMS, like all that stuff. So there's a whole plethora of people that get called to scenes of things. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to have these other departments. I don't know about a lot of you, but I saw like, and I know it's not the same thing, but like, I don't know how many of you watch like Law and Order SVU. I know that was for like particularly heinous crimes and stuff like that. But like, I think that would be perfectly good to have some type of a department within the police that can have that mental health care specialty to help de-escalate these situations. And then, like you said, Riverboat, is having the police come as like a backup measure, right?
Okay.
Having them there in case things get violent.
Okay, I also want to say you have beautiful children.
Like,
Yeah, I know they're being really loud in the background. I'm
He's
sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There is so much wholesomeness going on in the background right now. I am.
No, they're played in the basement. This is
I
their
know it's
playroom.
great,
It's
man.
okay.
It's great.
Don't worry. No worries. Okay.
We got Barry. Barry joined the stream, guys. Say hello to Barry. This is
Hi,
my,
Barry.
my mascot
Barry.
for my Twitch stream.
We bring
Oh,
out stuffed
man.
animals, but quickly, Biggs, you're completely right, and that's actually also part of the bill where you have.
Right, I know. I saw you studying. I was
Yeah.
using your studying to help me, and it's funny because this whole
It's
conversation,
cheating.
it's literally just repeating what I said in the opening statement. Like everybody's basically just like, "Hey, this is what we think. It's awesome. It's great."
Riverboat mentioned something I thought was very important, and something that some people have glossed over, and talking about the economic disparity that usually leads to drugs. I believe it was Hans that mentioned about the gangs, or was that Riverboat yet again?
That was me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to misattribute, right? So those are actually some really good points, and one of the reasons why we have such big drug problems and such big crime problems with gangs and stuff is because of the war on drugs. And I know CTV isn't here to do it, so I'll go ahead and do it. We need to end the war on drugs yesterday.
Taste.
Oh, God.
Drug
Here
war!
we go.
Okay, but when it comes down to it, when you look at academia or whatever that company you were talking about, when it comes to these private contractors, okay, a Blackwater military private military operative is not going to be training police here in the United States. That's not how that goes. They have different divisions and that specialize in different things. I have worked for private military contractors as an actual aircraft mechanic and door gunner. Okay, it's things that happen. There's different divisions, different divisions specialize in different things. And yeah, some of those guys, especially the Blackwater like Secret Squirrel operatives, yeah, they get those people are freaking insane. I would never want to see a U.S. Navy SEAL train a police officer, because they are not officers of the law. They're not trained to do that. They're complete ridiculously self-absorbed people who think they can't die and they do dumb things for a living, and God bless them for it. And you don't want them training the police because they're going to teach them to do off the wall shit that is going to get people killed. That's not what you do. No, you have people who are actual security professionals to actually help train these police departments. I seriously think that we need to up more of your de-escalation trainings, and that can be done through like a 32-hour workshop or something like that, and with annual requirements to redo. But in order to do that and keep people on the ground, in order to rotate training properly, you have to up the size of these police departments. And since our police department are strictly a reactionary force, we need more people available in order to keep that presence on the beat, so we can do more of that community policing, which I think really does do a hell of a lot more than having a cop driving around in circles around an 8 to 12 block perimeter, right? Would you agree on that?
Sparky, I'll extend an olive branch. Like, I'm all in favor of like continuous recurring trainings. I think that's extremely important. You don't want police officers who haven't done a mental health training. I completed mine back in 2012. Like, that's fucking great. Like, you did it for like 32 hours, like a decade ago. No one remembers it anymore. Like, I'm totally fine with like continuing qualifications, and that's totally awesome. And I completely agree with you on that. Same thing with beat cops compared to cops in vehicles. I love community policing. I love community oversight of policing. Like, those are all good things. I guess my issue is just like, are you okay with the oversight boards? And then outside is like, again, like, you said that we don't want like Navy SEALs training these people. Okay, like, but I still think like you explained earlier that there's differences in training between like the military versus police officers. And in this specific case, I think a police officer's job is arguably considerably more complicated than an infantryman. And Perspective Philosophy like made a really excellent point, and that like we should probably like take time to get these people trained and certified. And if that means we have to continue certifications after the training process, which again I want to expand, then I'm totally fine with that. I guess like the last question, this is for like base for superpower broadcasting. I'm not sure if it's entirely like say like pay based. For like cops in America, like if we force them to like do more education, first I want the education to be like paid for by the state, because I think if we're like making these people do this, like we should probably like fit the bill for that. But two, like Finland has over 5,000 hours on average of training for police officers, and their average income is less than the average income of like a regular Finnish person, and they still do it. Like, I'm not sure, is it because like love of country? Like, if I think it goes back to like, again, like what Perspective Philosophy said about like the culture of policing in America, where like being a police officer is actually a relatively decent paycheck. Like you make more than the average. Your salary, like even the poorest states, is like 50% more than the average income in like Mississippi. Like being a police officer is a pretty solid living in terms of income. Like obviously it can be like more dangerous, but like it's still a decent living. And I don't think like the like pay issue for a lot of police departments, unless like except like maybe you have like more stats that I would love to like look at about like the like basic entry level cops, it doesn't seem like not paying them enough is like the problem. Like military, like we can talk about that. Like I've seen like basic pay, like my cousin's in the Air Force, he started as like like a grunt or whatever, like they're called, like an airman, and like they make dog shit wages. I totally like vibe with that, but police officers are not like that. They make like good money based on where they're living.
Well, I guess the point about Finland, though, you're right, that it's a lot more hours and not necessarily that much more money or anything. The difference, though, that I would say that's important is I'm specifically arguing against just increasing funding for the police and having it go to their salaries or their armaments or whatever the hell else, their union representation, all that kind of stuff. I'm specifically saying they need more training, and that's where the money should go. I'm also saying that in addition to that, I think that it would be good to pay, especially entry-level cops, more money to induce, because otherwise people are going to go and work somewhere else. And sure, a lot of people are passionate about the job and everything, but given that it's a relatively thankless job, I'm totally down with paying entry-level cops even more than they're getting right now, because one of the key differences between Finland and the US is the Finnish population isn't militarized like America is. Per capita, it's a lot more dangerous to be a police officer in the United States than it is to be a police officer in Canada or in Finland or in Sweden. And so it's a lot more of a dangerous job. And so in that sense, it's kind of a danger premium. But I'm not making the argument that paying them more is in and of itself going to reduce brutality per capita, because that's been tried before and it hasn't worked. You actually have to direct that at better training. So
okay, I appreciate the clarification.
And let me just ask this, because the per capita per interaction with police brutality in America is actually quite low. Let's be honest about it. It's not. It does happen a lot, but when you have over 330 something million people and you have over 1 million interactions a day, yeah, a police brutality thing happening every now and then is going to happen. Part of the problem is people don't understand. These cops, one of the most dangerous things a police officer can ever do is stop someone on the side of the road in order to give them a traffic citation. They don't know what they're walking up to. They don't know what instance they're going into. Now, I think we could go to something like, I don't know, maybe instead of pulling them over, maybe having a picture. Oh, there's their license. Boom. We send the ticket for the traffic infraction directly to the home. That way you're not putting a cop in danger by stopping them. Because when a cop walks up to a car, they have no idea what they're walking in on, especially when you have dark tinted windows, things like that. It does set police officers on edge. It makes a lot of sense. I've been in a job on several occasions where I've had to carry a gun on the daily. The responsibilities that come with that are enormous, and the paranoia, especially when you get shot at a couple times, kind of tends to go up. So, police training,
I understand that like America is better than some other countries. Would you like a brief list of all the countries that have less police killings per capita than the U.S.? Like,
hold on. Do they have as many guns per capita?
Well, you
Do
can
they have as many
reduce
guns
it
per
from where
capita?
it's at. You can reduce it from
No.
where it's at.
You're not going to reduce. You're not reducing guns.
No. You can.
That ain't going to happen.
Over
not, my dead body.
Wait, stop. Okay, I can't hear myself think, and if I can't hear myself think, then nobody can sure as hell hear what you guys are saying, okay? We're going to wrap up the segment in a little bit anyway. If you want to speak, raise your hand, okay? We're going to do it this way, okay? So everybody kind of wants to speak, so we're probably just going to wrap it up and have you all have ending statements, so everybody can have some uninterrupted time to speak. It would be easier than just making you all go in order. Okay, we're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Aircraft Sparky for ending statements.
Alrighty, so look, defunding the police. First of all, it is
that's unfair. Aircraft Sparky is going to have a lot of people respond to him, most likely, so I should probably have other people go first. So I'm going to actually start in the bottom right-hand corner with Kevin Castley.
Okay, thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so for my closing remarks, I just wanted to say basically, there's a lot to go over here. And I mean, we didn't really get into the whole police union thing too much. I'm just going to conclude by saying, curtailing the power of police unions would definitely do well as well, because at the end of the day, it's about giving officers better training. This is why I want to increase police funding and specifically increase it. I'm not saying I'm against increasing wages. I'm not saying I'm against increasing their arsenal. I'm not making a judgment statement on any of that one way or another here. I'm just saying I want better training, and it's going to take money to do that. So in that sense, I want to increase funding for the police, the opposite, defund the police. That will reduce unintended instances of police brutality. Now, you could say they're kind of low in the grand scheme of things. Okay, but they happen, and we want to make them as close to zero as possible. We want to have an improvement if it's possible, and I believe it is possible with better training. Second, we also want to tell people like Derek Chauvin, who would purposefully do it, hey, look, you're not going to just by default be defended by the union if people complain about it. So we want to reduce the defensive end of it to protect bad cops, and we also want to make sure that people that don't want to be bad cops aren't going to accidentally become bad cops. And so the only way to do that is increase police funding, and also, of course, to basically cut back the power of the police unions. I believe very clearly here that at the end of the day, police officers as well should get at their entry level a higher wage than where they're at right now. Not even because you could say, well, it's higher than the average. You want to be attracting better people, a higher caliber of people to do the job. It's also kind of a thankless job. In America, it's also a very dangerous job. So better training, better pay for junior officers, and of course, as well, less of an entrenched culture of protection of bad apples and police unions. All three of those, you're going to see a reduction in police brutality. I guarantee it. So thank you. It's been a good discussion.
Wonderful. Now we're going to send it over to Riverboat Jack.
So one of the things that has come up multiple times is the idea of like, well, by saying all cops are bad or all cops are bastards, you are preventing good people from getting into policing. The issue with that is assuming that good people in policing are going to change the systems of policing, right? We have numerous instances where good cops step up and testify against colleagues for breaking the law, for setting them up to get killed, for running fraud or scams or falsifying evidence. And what almost always happens to these cops, and a really famous example of this is Frank Serpico. There was another case that happened not too long ago with regards to cops hassling people or arresting people to get them out of an apartment complex so that the complex owners could charge more money. When we're talking about these, what ends up happening is the cops that are good get ostracized not by the public, but by other cops. The corrupt police precinct, for example, that was getting people out of this apartment complex for its owners in exchange for a free office space. They hassled that cop out of the precinct. He had to move across the country. Frank Serpico, largely is not free to go into New York City to this day. So when we're talking about this, the good cops get harassed out of positions where they're able to actually influence things. Regarding the central question of, should we defund the police? I think that you can make the argument now with the amazing surplus of data that we have at our disposal that increasing the budget for police far, far, far beyond what it ever has been before does not result in safer communities and does not reduce crime, and largely we could just use some of that money to fund problem solving at the community level that would stop the crimes from happening in the first place. And that underlying, solving those underlying causes would do far more to make people safe in this country than increasing the amount of funding that cops enjoy currently. So let's give cops less to do. Let's put less stress on cops. And let's properly fund the things that actually stop crime from happening in the first place. Finally, one last point. Blackwater soldiers absolutely do train police. They operate in 45 different countries around the world. And just a couple years ago, they got a contract in Xinjiang. They are providing security in China and training Chinese law enforcement on how to properly crack down on the citizenry. Just a fun little fact for you. All right.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Perspective Philosophy. Also, can I also just say, I appreciate that this segment was a lot more ruly than I expected it to be. Even though I had to jump in a few times, there wasn't too much yelling in comparison to my usual segment. So I appreciate that. Perspective, you can go on.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And so I guess my main take from all of this is that when we're talking about defunding the police, I think that we've already skipped a very crucial step. And I think Riverboat Jack touched on this there, and she said about the culture involved and in the culture of policing, for example, but rather the larger overall ideological issues within society, drug problems, for example, in society, or the poverty in society, all of these ideological issues that are ongoing, and even in an individual's relation to consumption, which is fueling these relationships. For example, drug addiction being a coping mechanism, and drug use being just as popular among the rich as the poor, but in different kinds of drugs and seen in very different ways, which leads to very different forms of punishment, which don't usually end up with creating a society of delinquency and criminality. When we look at the problems that are going on, there's problems in the education system, the undemocratic nature of the state, which turns the police into a military or an occupational force. The police culture is one which is indicative of brotherhood, which is fair enough given the fact that they are facing genuine threats on their life, but they're also facing, an ideology. They're also facing money issues, which is creating levels of stress which are indicative of things like post-traumatic stress disorder. And so they're reacting in a way which is, as you say, what is it? Basically, better to go to court than be put in the ground. I mean, the fact that a police officer is that paranoid that they may stop someone at a car and just get blown away shows a much deeper problem with the cohesion of a state than it does with how policing should actually be done. And then when we talk about the criminal culture in the United States, the anti-police culture, how heavily armed they are, and how willing they are to engage with the police as if they can oppose what should be seen as a near omnipotent unquestionable being of the state, and I mean that in an ideological sense, not literally. They should have limits, but they should be terrified of opposing the state, knowing that if they did come into contact with the state, that they could not win. But, you know, this has been an ongoing problem in the United States since the mafia and since they, you know, funded the Sicilian mafia and they imported drugs to the United States. So I think that the best solution overall in terms of this conversation, at least what I heard, was community policing, actively increasing public engagement into their own policing so that they respect the universal or perceived omnipotence of the government force as an aspect of self-regulation seems to be the ideal solution in this. But also an act of existential reflection from the American population into the structures of their culture and their state would bring, I think, only good things. But before we talk money, I think we should talk solutions. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm going to throw that over now to Hardwood and Sock.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think, you know, in regards to what Riverboat Jack is saying and perspective philosophy, in regards to solving like what you guys are prescribing is I might be the solution long term, you know, in regards to funding like these social programs and, you know, helping people improve their socioeconomic standing in society. But I don't think that in the short term that's going to solve the problem, because we're not fixing like the fundamental of policing, right? So they need reform, right? So if we take money away from them, they're not necessarily going to be reformed with more training or, you know, like more de-escalation or, you know, just more treating people like humans, right? Like we're going to keep having the same police force, but yeah, it's great. We're going to fund these other things, you know, but like, that's why I think it needs to be a blended approach where we might end up spending a shit ton of money in the short term. But I think in the long term, it's going to have great effects. And then in the long term, we're actually going to be able to whittle that money away. So we're not spending as much money, you know? So and I understand like, you know, philosophy earlier, you said like there might be unintended consequences and like, I would like to address them as they come up, you know, but I think that it, like, in my opinion, like it might be the most reasonable way to go forward, you know, trying to solve everything. And then, you know, of course, there's going to be issues that pop up on both sides, you know, whatever we do. And we need to take them as they come and we need to, you know, deal with them. So I guess I would say more funding for the police, you know, as far as social services, you know, kind of have them as like a branch of the police force going out on mental health calls. More training, you know, I would say, you know, every police officer that's working on the street should be training at least 1 day a week, you know, 8 hours a week, and from a variety of topics, from de-escalation to high intensity training to firearms training, you know, you name it, like you can create a seminar for it. I think that might be the most reasonable way moving forward. And I know Hans, the bill that's currently in Congress, you know, sounds great. You know, it sounds like a really great start, and I would love to see how it works out. And I hope it does pass. I hope there's no, you know, partisanship like saying, oh no, you know, whatever. But that's another conversation. But that's what I got. Thanks.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Hans.
Oh yeah, Hardwood Stock stealing my thunder a little bit, but he's absolutely correct. That bill is fucking phenomenal. And if you support it, as stuff that everyone on this panel has been in favor of, whether it's mental health training for Sparky up there, whether it's giving more funding to police departments down there for superpowered broadcasting, whether it's holding police accountable for my fellow leftoids, and I think all of it will make everything better. So please call your senator. We can pass this shit. We just need, you know, 10 more Republicans. So it seems like the conservatives on this panel right now are being super fucking reasonable. Let's hope God forbid that any Congress people and senators can be reasonable. So let's fucking get some real reform done. Let's go, big pug.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Denims.
Yeah, actually, kind of a little bit laid back on this conversation, but the opinions, I don't think that, at least on this topic, we necessarily even disagree that much with the conservatives on this panel. We all want police reform. We all recognize that the current training that they undergo is not enough. We recognize that there aren't enough checks and balances within the police force, that allowing cops that abuse their power to stay in their positions and continue to get paid is disgusting, especially in instances where they aren't accidental, like misfires, and instances where, in the case of George Floyd, where these cops knew what was going to happen and, proceeded anyways. And yeah, I think that actually pushing forward for the George Floyd bill and actually getting a police force that is better is a good thing. And I don't necessarily even think that anyone even disagrees that much here on reform and police.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Biggs.
Yeah, like Denims just said, I think we all have a pretty good understanding of what we need to do here. I think the bigger issue is how we can get this to move forward, like Han said, in the Senate, and we need to get this this bill that can do a lot of these things that we agree on. And if we can make that happen, I think that's amazing. I do think that we need to. I think the basis of this question originally. I think we do need to kind of get rid of this whole defund the police, because I think it's just a bad slogan that everybody is kind of misinterpreting. I think something like reform the police or something, obviously something better and catchier or whatever. But I think the overall stance on pretty much everybody's, people like having protection in general. People want their rights protected, but we need to hold the bad actors accountable. And I think if we can do that and pass this bill, I think we'll have a lot of good progress, and hopefully that will make it not only a better, safer place, but a more productive place as well.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Aircraft.
All right, thank you. Look, this has been a productive conversation, and one thing I like is the fact that we didn't have to scream at each other too much. Basically, look, people. I find it ironic and odd when the left actually goes against unions. The police unions, I think, do have problems. Don't get me wrong, but ultimately, they're a union for a reason. They're there to protect the good and the bad. Maybe I don't agree with how much they would go and defend the bad cops, but that's what they get paid to do. So they're going to exist. As far as changing the system of policing, when it comes down to it, police don't make policy. That's what politicians do. That's what they're hired to do. The police just happen to be the militant wing of the government that has to enforce the law. So we got to understand that police don't make policy, they enforce policy. As far as the culture war on the police, if you are sitting there denying that there is not a culture war on the police, if you want to deny that, no, ACAB, we don't really mean all cops, well, change your rhetoric. Hate to break it to you. You are part of the problem. When you have no cops on the street, what happens? You see things like the CHOP or the Chaz or whatever label they want to get. You get complete anarchy, and you get a bunch of idiots running around with guns shooting each other, which, I mean, may sound great for a video game, but not a good way to live. The most vocal people who are actually calling for defunding the police are the same people that are actually paying for private security. And they're doing it with your tax dollars. And that should anger you, because that money could be going to your local precinct. And if you really want to do some real good and actually help get better training, how about we take away some of these foreign dollars we're sending to all these countries? Instead of investing in other countries, how about we invest in America, and then we can invest in a higher trained police force with more people with a presence to be that reactive force that we want, showing that constant presence. Community policing, I think everyone can agree, community policing is a good idea. And as far as the George Floyd bill is concerned, Hans, I haven't had the opportunity to read it. You have inspired me to read it. I want to know more. Okay, I think that maybe just listening to what you're saying about it, because I haven't had the opportunity to read it. Okay, it sounds like there's a lot of positive things that we can actually move forward and improve the relationship between the community and the police department. But finally, before we go, we really need to seriously, we need to get police officers in the high schools talking with the students, get them to know who the cops are so they're not nervous when they get pulled over. You know, people talk about that hard discussion that people of a certain racial group have to have. I had that same conversation with my father. It's not just a race thing. The conversation's slightly different based on race. How about we actually, instead of seeing just a badge, just a gun, just a uniform, how about we actually teach our children there's people behind those things and get to a better understanding. We can come together more as a community. And I think we could get rid of a lot of these problems through mutual understanding and whatnot. Thank you all for this great conversation. I appreciate it.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to the next topic, which might be problematic for any non-American viewers, but I think it's important. And it has to do with an election that's coming up, even though it's not an election year for most people. Gavin Newsom. There's an election right now in California going to happen in a little bit on the issue of Gavin Newsom being recalled. And what this vote basically does, it's for everybody at home, because most people actually don't understand it, is that there will be a vote on whether he should be recalled or not. If you want him to be recalled for option 1, you vote yes. If you don't want him to be recalled, then you vote option 2, which is no. Then there's a second question, which if the governor is recalled, who do you want to replace him? The polls state right now that the leading candidate for if he was to be recalled is Larry Elder. But that second person doesn't necessarily need to win a majority of votes, just a plurality. And so there's a lot of conversation on whether the governor should be recalled, or if this election is just partisan hackery, or if there's legitimate reasons why the governor should be actually recalled. So I'm going to throw it over to the top left-hand corner, as always, with Aircraft Sparky to start the conversation.
I'll be right back if you use the bathroom.
Alrighty, so when it comes down to the idea of should Gavin Newsom be recalled, that is not really for any of us unless you're actually a citizen of California to really determine. As it stands, 2.1 million people signed an actual petition to have this recall go on. The people of California met the threshold, exceeded the threshold of, I believe it was 1.2, maybe 1.5. I could be a little bit off on there. But they made that decision. Now, should he be recalled? Well, I think in a way, yes, because as a leader, you have to do this from the front. You have to lead from the front. You have to set the example. And what has Gavin Newsom not done? Well, he has basically said people have to be locked inside their homes, not go out, while he goes out to restaurants unmasked and have dinner with constituents. Well, I mean, yes, they do need a glad hand. They are politicians, but let's be honest. When you're telling the rest of your populace that you have to stay indoors and you're out having a good time, rules for thee, not for me. So I can understand the populace going, you know what? He's kind of a douchebag in that matter. When it comes down to the homeless problem going on in California, I'm not even going to say, I won't even claim to remotely claim that Gavin Newsom is the actual cause of all that. There's been a lot of bad policy that's been happening in California over the past, I don't know, 70, 80 years. For Christ's sakes, we're talking about a place that doesn't even have their own water source. They have to buy water from out of state. They have to buy their own electricity from out of state. They have set so many environmental guidelines and regulations that it is damn near impossible to open up businesses. And that's just not a Gavin Newsom thing. That is just a California politics policy issue that they've had. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, Gavin Newsom did make some mistakes. The homeless problem, people are mad about how he handled the homeless problem. People are mad about how he handled COVID. It is up to the populace there to make that decision. I believe the reason this recall election has happened because the people have determined that they want to at least attempt to recall him. If it happens, if Larry Elder is the choice on a plurality, I mean, now you're talking about a problem with the actual law in California. That has nothing to do with Gavin Newsom. That law has existed for quite a while. So maybe that's something the state legislature needs to address. But I don't see how it's a debatable thing unless you're a California resident. Just my opinion.
Okay. I'm now going to throw it over to Biggs.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna kind of echo what Sparky said. I think that it's really up to the people of that area, and if they met the threshold for the recall, I think that's perfectly reasonable to have the recall. Um, I know I did some research on this back in 2003. There's a recall on the governor back then, and that's how they got Arnold Schwarzenegger as their governor back then. So one things that this and that time have in common is you have a lot of people angry at Gavin Newsom, and that was the same thing that was going on back in 2003 when that governor was pushed to the limit because they had a lot of issues with the economy and the power outages and the power structure and all that stuff. So I think we're kind of at that same boiling point now. Now, while I don't necessarily agree with some of the reasons, I do see where people get frustrated. We had, like Sparky said, the whole rules for thee but not for me. I think that's just bad optically, and I think that just pisses off a lot of people for no reason. I think as a leader in government, you should lead by example. I think we've seen that from a lot of the people on the current administration, at least trying to push for the vaccines and masks and stuff like that. But I do think we need to have people be accountable for how they act. And if they're putting these, regulations in place and these lockdowns in place, but they're not following it themselves, look. And I think that if it comes back to bite them, I think that's all on him. Now, as far as like who I think should be the person, I think that part of the problem they're having right now is if looking at the polls just as of a couple of days ago, they were pretty even as far as the actual recall actually happening. So I think that the problem they're having now is that if he does get recalled, the only people that are currently on there that are having a chance is more right-leaning people, because they are afraid if they put left-leaning people on that, then they're going to have an issue with people being more susceptible to recalling him. So they're kind of caught in a catch-22 with that. It's like, do we put somebody as like a safety valve, or do we just let it ride? I personally don't think it's actually going to occur. I think he's going to get just, I don't know what it'd be called, just stayed. I don't know what the technical terminology is, but I don't think he's going to get recalled. And I think California is probably going to continue slipping in some areas, especially with, like Sparky said, having all their natural resources for the most part pumped in from other states, all their power pumped in from other states. And I think that that's going to put even more pressure. So I think that the next governor is going to be in even a worse position, because I don't think Gavin Newsom is going to make it to the next actual election.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over now to Denims.
I think we're in a weird position with Gavin Newsom where most people on the left and on the right don't necessarily like him or want him to be something that he is not. But it seems, at the very least, from my perspective, I would rather have Gavin Newsom than some Republican that happens to take power, especially considering the amount of Republicans in office that have pushed anti-mask propaganda and anti-vax stuff. If they met the threshold that they needed for the recall, then I don't think that there is really much to be said on that. And I mean, I would say that you should, I'm probably no on the recall, right? That's my perspective on it.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Hans.
All right. I am not from the state of California, so all of my reading about him has been anecdotal between lefties of my friends of mine hating him on Twitter, and shitty stuff about labor protections and how he won't sign certain bills that the left wing legislator is putting through, which is super fucking cringe. In terms of governorships, if you want to trade, I have Ron DeSantis. Please swap me whenever you want. But the case for this, if the recall happens, I assume he's going to stay in. I hope that he stays in compared to someone like Larry Elder. If you're thinking California is going to do well with this guy, again, I don't like him very much at all from what I've read. I don't think California is going to benefit from having a governor who doesn't believe in climate change, because those wildfires are already pretty bad. I don't know what else we're going to do with that. So he's the best of all the worst possible options, and in most real politics, that's what we got. And it seems like progressives like Ro Khanna, who was sort of approached about doing a run on the runoff ballot, doesn't want to take the risk either. And I trust him and his strategy in terms of how it is. And I don't want Ro Khanna to potentially throw all of his political stature and will, because I want Ro Khanna to eventually be the senator from California, God forbid, at some point in my lifetime. And if he does this in a haphazard chance to become a governor, it's not going to go well, hoping that he can eke out a 26% majority over Larry the Elder's 24%, right? And I don't want a Republican with 22% of the vote becoming the governor of California when it's clear that Democrats exist the most in the state and should probably control the state if democracy means anything. So sorry that he's shitty. I don't think he's going to be any better, but he's better than the alternatives right now, and I'm not willing to take that gamble on the hope that some random super leftoid gets in. It's just not worth it.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hardwood and Sock.
Yeah, I like most of the other panelists, I think, are not from California. I mean, I was born there a long time ago, but I was only there until I was 2. So I don't remember anything from California. But I mean, kind of what Aircraft said with during the COVID lockdown, he's out having dinner, unmasked and not putting his mask on in between every bite like he wants his people to do. Which just looks really terrible. He, I know there's a bill. I don't know if it went all the way through California yet. Where they're trying to ban bacon. So I hope that gets vetoed. Because I like bacon. I would like to go to California and eat bacon. If it happens, that's cool. If it doesn't happen, that's cool too. It's very interesting to watch from the other side of the country it all play out. But if the people there feel like they want him gone, all right, and let's see who next up can do. I guess if it's, I don't know much about Larry Elder, but it would be very interesting to see what effect he has on California. I guess that's kind of my view on it.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Philosophy.
Hey, thanks. Interesting positions from everyone. And yeah, I mean, I think most people agree with this sort of democratic kind of take that whatever the people of California want is what the people of California should get. Now, although I do agree with that, there is an issue going on that I think supersedes this single, of course I'm going to abstract from this, a single governor, Gary Newsom, the political corruption and the power of political figures in society breaking the rules. I can only relate that to my own government breaking the rules, telling us what to do, yet actively breaking the rules in the most unbelievable ways. To have affairs, to give, to go for trips out. They're just horrible people, and I don't know why we haven't guillotined all politicians yet. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. Obviously, I don't think we should, but I hate them all. And the thing is that it's true that this corruption and this is ongoing and it needs to be tackled. And I think that the recall process is not really preventing that, but really playing into the political game, which is actually ongoing, which uses the spectacle of voter politics in order to essentially categorize and make people fight each other rather than actually solve this issue. And that's partly to do with the party politics that's ongoing. I mean, Denims, I actually think you said this best, where you said, I'd rather him than a Republican because of anti-mask propaganda, right? Now, I think that's actually a really great point. I mean, the fact that you're having to choose, all right, well, if somebody else gets in, they might say something so unbelievably ridiculous that I would take this corrupt, horrible person, arguably, and over the next even worse corrupt, horrible person. But being put in that situation is in and of itself the problem. The population is dissatisfied with every single governor. There's been a recall, an attempt for a recall made on every governor since 1960. So I mean this is an ideological issue that affects the entire United States and not just California. And so I think that you can even see this in the fact that whether the document was real or not, there was a document released by the Kremlin which was supposed to indicate that Russia was trying to interfere in the elections in order to create an ideological disparity within the United States, not actually interfere in the election by manipulating the votes, just making people so suspicious and paranoid of each other through the party system that they eventually collapse their own state. You know, what is it? A house divided against itself cannot stand, and I think that's exactly where the United States is now. And yeah, ban bacon, it's inherently unethical. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Riverboat Jack.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you'd be hard pressed on this panel to find people who are anti-democracy, at least from what it seems like. The one thing I will point out is that while 2.1 million people did sign the recall petition, which does meet the threshold, just want to point out California has 40 million people in it. It's a real big place with a lot of people in it. And I don't think Gavin Newsom should have been recalled. There are definitely harsh criticisms I would make against him and the way he's handled a lot of things. But really, none of the candidates that are coming up to try and replace him have anything approaching something equivalent to him or better. It's only going to make things worse. And there are no challengers from the left either. The Democratic Party has pretty much squashed any leftward pushes. So when you talk about this, how did it happen, right? How did this even come to be? Well, largely it's a result of two failed political campaigns, Republicans in Southern California, making the almost mandatory attempt to recall the governor of California. And what ended up happening and really putting a fire under this was a former sheriff's lieutenant, I believe, by the name of Orrin Heatley, pushing for this recall. And what ended up happening is the exact stuff that we've mentioned numerous times earlier, the hypocrisy on the masks. Gavin Newsom was photographed at a dinner, a fancy dinner, maskless, and that immediately catapulted the recall petition to over the threshold. It immediately got national attention. People donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to this effort. I think Mike Huckabee in particular, his super PAC donated over $100,000. And so when we're talking about this, it's a lot of outside money combined with this natural lashing out against the very apparent hypocrisy of people in power when it comes to these anti-COVID restrictions. I do just want to point out that it is also mixed with all kinds of other frustrations. It's very messy. For example, Orrin Heatley is someone who's so anti-immigrant that he once said, "Microchip all illegal immigrants. It works. Just ask animal control." So like when we're talking about this, it is linked with like anti-immigration pushes. It is linked with the homeless crisis, which, by the way, is really bad. One of the things I would criticize Gavin Newsom on is his poor handling of homelessness. But no Republican who's stepping up to the plate is even proposing anything moderately approaching an adequate solution to the homelessness crisis. Most Republicans, if you look at the policies, if they have them even up online, are talking about like having police crack down on homelessness, which is not going to solve the underlying problem, as we just discussed in the previous topic. That's where I'm at.
Okay. I'm going to now throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So on the point about Gavin Newsom, what we need to bear in mind here, I'll preface this by saying, obviously, I don't live in California, but the extent of the research that I did on this, it kind of seems like, well, the governor's being recalled. That must be a big deal. That's kind of a huge thing. Like, he must have screwed up. Like, that's like a president being impeached or something. No, actually not really. Since 1911, so in the last 110 years, they had 55 attempts to recall governors. So it's an average of like one every 2 years, 5 a decade, basically. So that should give you some degree of the magnitude of how much of a big deal this is. In the grand scheme of things, it's not like, oh, you screwed up big time, you're being recalled. It's, yeah, you're being recalled again. Another governor's being recalled. Now, that being said, it might work. I'll talk about that in a second, but on the point about why it's being done, I think that this matters more on why it's being done than if you prefer Larry Elder to Gavin Newsom. Obviously, if you're in California and you're able to vote, you're eligible to vote, you're going to get a ballot, and that's your decision. But I would say be a little bit suspicious as to why this is being done, because it's the total momentum of this, the impetus of this is not about regulation. It's not about taxes. It's not about any of these areas where if Larry Elder talks about it, I can say, yeah, I can kind of see where he's coming from. No, it's about masks. The fact that Gavin Newsom actually wanted to seriously, and I mean seriously, handle the pandemic in California by taking a bold move and actually locking down. I know everybody's going to say, oh, that's horrible for business and everything. I know you're going to face a lot of heat for that. I support the lockdowns. And yes, the optics of him personally not wearing a mask, him personally not complying with regulations are terrible. That's awful. I mean, if you want to recall him over that, okay. But no, we want to recall him over the lockdown. Well, at least he did the lockdown, because a lot of the alternatives, there are like over 40 alternatives. A lot of them are nutters. These people wouldn't have even done the lockdown. Not only would they have not worn masks personally, they also wouldn't have done anything at the state level to keep the pandemic at bay. And you could see California turn into like what happened in India or like what's happened in Texas right now. It would be a complete and total disaster. And so, because the recall is specifically motivated by the mask and by the lockdown, well, that's problematic right off the bat. That lends me to say, oh, I kind of hope that Newsom stays in power, even though I got a lot of criticisms of Gavin Newsom. And for me, a lot of those are more from the right of center side of it when it relates to his economic policy. But again, I'm not in fantasy world where, oh, it's fake or whatever. I've said before, on my channel, Superpower Broadcasting, I've said, I think Republicans and conservatives in general trying to argue that this was fake, that COVID was fake and everything was a massive blunder, because all this could have been used as political capital to have a bipartisan effort to seriously get tough on and seriously sanction and seriously weed off of dependency on China. But instead, they basically did the bidding of the Communist Party in a way. I'm not saying they literally did. And they said, oh, it's not real, it's fake. It's almost as if key radio and television figures in the Republican Party and in conservative media, I'm not going to name names here because I don't have any evidence, but the conspiratorial side of me thinks were some of them paid by the CCP to say it was fake rather than a real thing that you should be scared for your life over, because China got off easy on this one. And Gavin Newsom's getting blamed now for something that he didn't even start. Nobody chose the pandemic. And so in the grand scheme of things, you only need 12% of the percentage of those who voted in the election for governor last time to sign up for your petition. So obviously that's a pretty low threshold. 55 attempts, only one of them succeeded. I think Newsom's probably going to be fine. If he loses, then it goes to Elder. And again, I think, I'm not somebody who's like, oh, he's wrong about everything. I think on some of his economics, he's got some pretty good points, but I think that you should save that for a regular election. Doing this whole recall thing, to me, it seems like a cope. To me, it seems like you can't handle that the governor that the people voted for decided to actually protect the people in the state from a pandemic, and you lost. So now you're going to cope and do a recall rather than wait for the actual election. That's my view. So thank you.
I understand like I totally get the cope, but dude, like you don't have to do like CCP conspiracy like stuff to like say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some citations for that one.
That Republicans do conspiracies. All right, like they're anti-COVID enough by themselves. Like we don't have to do like a false flag gaslight to say that like they work themselves this position. Like
I'm just saying some figures in the media.
No offense to Sparky. Like
it says if they were. It's almost as if Tucker Carlson was paid by the CCP. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying they could have said, "Oh, this is China." No. They could have said.
To say that though, you could just say they're pushing.
Hold on. I can dispel this real quick. It's very simple. When it comes down to it, who ended all the tariffs on China? Come on.
And now we're talking about this. They do so.
Who did it?
Okay, hold on.
You open this box. Who did it?
tariffs are a terrible way to go about the economics anyway, but that's that's like a whole different question, isn't it? I mean, I think, to be entirely honest with you, I think the man's comparison was meant to be hyperbolic. He's not saying that
it was. It's just it's meant to inflame, and it's really not. It's not productive to the conversation. When it comes down to it, what I really like to talk about
No. You don't get it. Here's the point. Conservatives were against communist China in theory. They were against it. When the pandemic rolled around, instead of saying we need to get tough on them, we need to sanction them, we need to have payback, they were led to believe that it was fake. There was a missed opportunity there where Trump's base could have said, yeah, China did this, and let's get tough on Xi Jinping. But instead they said, oh no, it's fake. And then they went and harassed and still are harassing retail workers by refusing to wear a mask. Like Dylan had a video just, I think, the other day about this, where some conservative, probably Trump fan, goes up and refuses to wear a mask and says, no, you can't make me wear a mask and everything. This is from a crowd of people who were basically led by their shepherds in Fox News and other media outlets to believe that the pandemic and all this isn't really that big of a deal. Yet it was such an opportunity for people who were already primed against communist China to actually want to get tough on them. I'm just simply saying it looks a little suspicious. It's kind of like when Jimmy Dore supports Assad, except at least he got paid. He did get $1,000 from the Serena Shim Award, so he did actually get paid by Assad. But you get what I'm getting at. Aaron Mate is a better example, but yeah.
I just think that.
Can I just one quick point of clarification? Biden didn't repeal the tariffs on China. They're still in place.
They are extremely lightened.
No, he did the Buy America first, though. He did the Buy America first. He actually went above and beyond what Trump did. He actually forced the American government to buy. Look, I got a lot of criticisms of
no.
Joe
He
Biden.
did actually.
I call him White Flag Joe. But he did force the U.S. government to prioritize buying U.S. domestically produced stuff over China. Trump didn't do that. That was Biden,
you're talking about for government contracting, something I work in. By the way, everything the government buys has to be made in America. That's actually a law. That's a standing law that's been around. Unless it is unavailable by American manufacturers, everything has to be purchased from American companies before they can go on to foreign lands. That is a law that has been in existence since probably the 60s. Just go throw that out there. For the defense world, everything has to be manufactured in America if the American military is going to purchase it. So, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, we're talking about the U.S. government at large, though, not just the military here.
But they have to buy. The U.S. government already had laws that they had to purchase. But that isn't really the conversation. The conversation is supposed to be about Newsom. So let me please try to steer it towards back to that.
Can I just say, before we quickly go on back to Newsom, I think that this is in and of itself the indicative of the problem of the United States that it faces and the lack of cohesion that it actually has around any sort of political issue. You can't focus on the policies, because if you focus on the policies, you lose the political, the whole political picture. And the fact that there is money coming in and out of the state in order to manipulate this one action is a sign that, look, this is a much bigger chess game that's been played by various parties who are funded by various organizations. Even, as Superpower Broadcasting, him being hyperbolic about, China funding Republicans. You think that it's actually crazy. I mean, we are genuinely worried about Russian oligarchs funding Brexit. They funded Brexit.
Boom. There you go.
I mean,
there you
hold
go.
on. Mr. Fartwell himself, guess who he got caught sleeping with, right? A CCP freaking honeypot. So let's anyone is.
One second.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we are all the way to Swalwell, honeypot, COVID, monitor. What the fuck does any of this have to do with Gavin Newsom in California? So
I'm trying to steer it back.
So wait. So we're gonna let people respond to that because, I mean, by the way, can you link a source on that? Because I remember covering that. I don't remember there ever being like a report if he actually slept with her. There was rumors about it.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Were they dating?
Fang. Yeah. I believe they were dating for a while. Yes.
I don't know if they consummated the relationship, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he pretty much did. Come on, man. Have you dated anyone as an adult and not slept with them?
These days,
Yes.
Yeah.
First meeting,
Anyway,
You know, that's it. That's all it takes.
The one thing we all know is that Sparky fucks. All right, like there's nothing else. This
Goddamn
guy-
right.
Oh man.
I don't know. Those pants were looking pretty fly on you tonight, Hans, when you were walking back
you
in
like
the room.
it? No,
Okay?
it's like-
I do.
like-
Okay, can we?
I do.
Okay,
They're like-
okay,
they're
I
like
don't
some
care. I don't
man-
care. Okay, please. Can we please get back to the topic at hand? Okay.
Oh,
Can we
man.
please get back to Gavin Newsom and California, and not Trump tariffs? Okay.
Yeah.
think
So
the
I'll
chat
have a
would like,
question here.
Hans'
No, I'll have
chant.
a question. Why does it have to be a recall? Why can't you just wait for the normal election if it's not like because this whole freaking out over the lockdown thing seems hysterical. It seems like you can't handle a governor that was
here's the thing.
elected.
Yeah, they have methods in place where if they meet a certain threshold and file the paperwork, they have the right to recall a governor. I mean, it makes sense because if something does, it's one thing if you have somebody vote, but if they do something you feel is egregious enough to recall them, that's the whole point of a recall. I don't necessarily believe that this is enough for a recall because basically it's just bad optics. Like, obviously, I think that looks bad, right? But I don't think it's necessarily something that's worth a recall. I think this is should be more towards things that are like egregious powers that are either exploited, or let's say in like Como's case, like if you wanted, like let's say if Como didn't resign, they could have recalled him, right? So I don't know if the laws are exactly the same in California, New York, but I'm just saying that that's what the mechanism is there for.
Yeah, it's harder there. I guess my point is just, to me, it seems like kind of a petty thing over the optics of this. Don't get me wrong, the optics are bad. It's just at least he did the lockdown. Whereas a lot of these guys that would replace him, not only would they not wear masks, they also wouldn't have done the lockdown. So they would have been worse objectively for the people. So
my question about this, okay, so recalls, y'all mentioned about what 50 plus times that recalls have been tried. How many times did they actually happened? And I believe it was mentioned in one of the opening statements. I don't remember who.
It's only succeeded
It was
once.
It's only succeeded once. So the fact that this is actually going to a recall election does show that there is actual want for it within the actual state of California. And I think to sit there and go, well, this is petty and blah blah blah. Well, you don't live there. That is the electorate's decision that they went that route and they succeeded. Now, your opinion is moot. It doesn't matter because if you're from there, your opinion matters a little bit more because you actually participate in that. The reason why people are so freaking out about this is because, well, the duly elected governor may lose his job, and in an off year, even Dylan mentioned, this is not an election year. And why is that important? Because it is harder to get people to the polls. It is more likely, more probable, those who have a disdain for Gavin Newsom, for them to go to the polls. They are more motivated to go to the polls. That's the only reason why we're having this conversation. Honestly, if it is so petty, if it is so pointless, why is the conversation being had?
Well,
and my next question would be:
choose the topic. Like
55 times. Look. Here's the thing.
Okay,
Here's why it matters.
Can I just say quickly? If you don't want to talk about the topic, you can be quiet for the rest of the show. Okay.
No. I'm talking about it. I'm addressing it though, and everyone is saying, "Oh, it's a nothing burger." Okay,
Sparky,
and then people want to conflate this.
You asked why it matters outside California. Here's why it matters outside California. Because if we have a Delta variant go out of control and we got somebody in there who's not going to do a lockdown and not do masks, guess what? That's going to spiral out of California and now impose a negative externality on people in Oregon, in Nevada, even upwards to Canada and down to Mexico. That's why it matters. Now we don't get votes. We don't get votes. I'm not saying you should get a vote on him. I'm just saying 55 times, only one succeeded. In this case, you're going to have to overcome a 2-to-1 disadvantage because there are twice as many Democrats as Republicans. Now, yes, Republicans will vote more in this percentage-wise. I don't know. Maybe they succeed. If they succeed, it's kind of a mess because the big impetus over this is about the lockdowns and about the masks, and getting upset at him for not wearing a mask as a hypocrite, but then not wanting to do the lockdowns yourself and not wanting to actually do what's necessary to curtail the pandemic before it gets out of hand. Well, that's incredibly problematic. And I think that it is ultimately petty because you've got 55 recall attempts. Only one's ever succeeded. You said, well, obviously the people, there's interest in it. There's always interest in it. They had 55 attempts. They only needed 12% electorate. That's a low bar. You get 1 out of 10 people that are pissed about anything, right? So,
but the fact that they actually made it to the point to where there is a recall election happening, okay, that means
which isn't
that
remarkable. 55 times in 110 years.
No, they haven't made it to recall elections. There's been talk of recalls, but they haven't actually
Gavin
had
Newsom
recall
has
elections.
been tried. No, this is the thing. Gavin
This
Newsom
has
has been
happened
tried
6
to
times
recall 6 times since 2019. They try it all the time.
No, it was earlier than that. Yeah. No, this happens a lot. This happens
No,
an
this is
average
just
of every.
for Gavin. I'm specifically talking about Gavin Newsom himself. What I read was that they brought up a petition to impeach him or recall him 6 times since 2019.
Okay,
and this is the first one that's been able to push over the edge because of these mask issues and the bad optics and all that stuff. So like personally, like I don't necessarily think, I mean, obviously I think optics are important, at least somewhat, like practice what you preach, lead by example, all that stuff. But like, as far as like an egregious, like overstating of power or like being like dictatorial or something like that, like I think that that's like what this is supposed to be for. And I think that this is just something that happened at a time when the timing was right to push the right leaning people in California to get these petitions signed and get that the threshold. But I do think that what's scary, especially for the left right now, and I'm kind of happy because I like having a state with a predominantly left legislature but a predominantly right Republican or governor, because it makes things be more fair for the people that are less represented in that state. However, I don't think that's going to end up happening with Gavin Newsom specifically, because I think that there's too many people, especially with like we still have like the whole anti-Trump train. You've seen this with like the anti-DeSantis stuff lately. They're like literally like Gavin Newsom's really pushing for this election and things like that. It's close right now, which is why I think that the left is freaking out, because they know, because they haven't put somebody in as like a safety valve, that if Gavin Newsom does fuck this up, it's going to be a huge hit to the left. And I think that's why they're trying to like do all this stuff and take all these measures to push for
and
that.
a lot of problems that people have with Gavin Newsom is the fact that since his political career started, like he was mayor of San Francisco, he was lieutenant governor, and there's always been little issues. Things like the homeless situation is getting out of control. For Christ's sakes, the Black Plague reemerged in California. Now it's not all Gavin Newsom's. It's not Gavin Newsom's fault individually that happened, but it is some of his policies that have allowed for that to happen. They've got the poop patrol in San Francisco, the city that he was mayor of. Okay, look, California has a lot of issues, and if the people firmly believe that their elected representative, their governor, is at fault, I don't see anything wrong. The problem that the left has is the timing of it, that it's an off-election year, and just to be honest,
they don't have the big draw.
They don't have the big draw. They're worried about enough people won't come. You were playing team politics on something that the people, we all agree that democracy is kind of a good thing. The people have decided they want this to happen. Now, if it happens or not, that is truly about who gets out to the polls. In a state like California, where Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1, it shouldn't be that hard to keep Gavin Newsom in. Yet you're sweating bullets about it because you bought a turd when they got elected to governorship, and now he is being called to the floor for it. It is what it is.
All right, Sparky, one second. Okay, Sparky, like I also appreciate democracy. I don't think anyone here, except for maybe like super like power broadcasting, is saying that we aren't okay with like the recall happening. It's just that if you like democracy, I think a governor that got 62% of the vote during the last election is probably a more democratic representative of the people of California than some rando like right-wing talk shows that's probably going to get about 26% of the vote. And if it's in a crowded primary, then he has a shot of like taking it. And that's really frustrating for a lot of people. And so I can understand your issue that, yeah, Gavin Newsom's a pretty shitty guy. I don't think anyone on this panel stand him except for maybe, again, like Kevin. But like if it happens, it happens. That's fine. I would not like say that this is in any real regard like a massive win for democracy if we get someone to control the most populous state in the union with less than say like 25% of like the votes, like in any given election. If they end up winning like a majority, like during the recall, that sounds totally fine. Again, as Democrats, like the left probably wanted somebody as a safety valve. The Democratic Party of California crushed that in its womb very, very fast. So I get it. It's frustrating. It's cringe. A lot of us don't like it. I think the differences in opinion is just like whether or not we currently want him to stay governor, which is totally fine. But I don't think I'm going to swing you on that. And I don't think you're going to swing us on like whether or not I prefer him over fucking Larry Elder.
Actually, I
Well,
don't
here's
prefer
the thing,
any of them. To be honest,
you had invoked me, Hans, and so I just want to clarify my position really quickly. So on the point about should it happen or not? Yeah, you meet the 12% threshold, it happens. I think it's a bit too low that it makes it ultimately mean that you're always going to have recalls over petty issues. I'd probably set the threshold for a recall at 25% of the electorate that voted in the previous governor or gubernatorial election. But the law is the law. Obviously, I'm not going to say, oh, it's an illegitimate recall. No, it's going to happen. It's going on. The issue for me is just because of the nature of why this is happening, specifically on this one, it's about the pandemic and the lockdown. That's a big motivation of it. And on that specific issue, because I'm not some big fan of Gavin Newsom here, like you talk about regulations, you talk about taxes, you talk about a lot of this stuff in California, especially, I'm going to be more sympathetic to Larry Elder. But on the point about the lockdowns, on the point about getting tough on the virus, no, you got to go with Gavin Newsom on this. If that's the issue, which it is, if that's the issue that this is over, we have to have some rationality at the government in the face of the worst pandemic in over a century. So thank you.
Can I
That's go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to add, like, I think that, like, you know, as I say, I'm constantly abstracting, I guess. But like and I do think that we need to act immediately, like, regardless. I do think that, like, you know, you have to be a pragmatist. Like, the idea of, you know, for example, let's say Great Britain, like someone who broke, for example, some of the rationing rules at the time in the 1940s was Winston Churchill. And imagine if we had just went, all right, well, you're not allowed to be prime minister anymore, you know? And as much as I dislike many of the man's policies in terms of his foreign politics, I think Winston Churchill was a pretty important leader in terms of winning World War II. So I think, like, you know, you've got to kind of think about, well, what is the best overall solution for at this point in time? And I think that, like, when it comes to recalling, you can't just go like, look, okay, the guy's an arse, but so's every single politician. Like, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Bingo.
And I would also, I just want to add, if it's okay, really that what is more concerning about all of this is perhaps like the political subterfuge that is going on. Like, regardless of whether the recall is justified or not, because it probably is on every single attempt that has ever been done on every single politician because of the amount of corruption that's actually going on, the reasons it's being done is probably secondary to the reasons that it's being shown to the public. The ideological confliction in the United States has hit a point in which, you know, like, whether it's storming the Capitol or whether it's, you know, the divisions between, or whether it's the Black Lives Matter sort of protests, so whatever it is that's causing the political instability, it's starting to bubble and boil over past the election years, which is starting to show that the political spectacle of the United States isn't doing its job of disillusioning the population into ideological bliss. It's kind of just making them actually wake up and see their lives as, oh my God, this is either meaningless or like something is going wrong, and who we're going to blame for? Well, the person wearing the other color, whether it's red or blue. And I think that is just being used as a political means now, or a political mechanism to seize control and power, rather than seeing a unified state under what is a unified government.
Like, perspective, like, I get it, but like, please, politicians are assholes. I understand. Like, let's not like do a both sides into this. Like, I get it. Like this, like the theater of American politics. There's a lot of real shit that like anyone in America can look up at any point in time, and we choose not to. Like, a lot of us like are on here for like 20 plus hours a week, and we still don't can't get through all the real stuff. Like, as streamers, we choose to like look at memes, like, as opposed to like going deep dives into like every single bill on stream. I don't think that like the like quote unquote like theater of this is like fraying so much as like our democracy itself is fraying at the seams. And when you say like one party government, there's always going to be political disagreements. I don't think conservatism is like some like magical boogeyman that's going to go away when we do a socialism the best way. I think there's always going to be these people in society who like are inherently more scared of like potential like changes or progress, and they're going to push back against that sort of stuff. And I think like if we want to like alter our democracy a little bit to make sure that like people like get heard more democratic stuff, I'm absolutely in favor of it. I would love that as well. I just wouldn't. I know you want to abstract, and I love you. Like I've seen some of your videos, like you're like really really fucking cool. I've seen like your stuff. I just don't think it's like super applicable like in this specific conversation like of this like because like having a Democratic governor versus a non-Democratic governor right now in California, it means 40 like million people get like proper COVID safety guidelines and stuff, and like that's a big fucking deal.
I did say like I wouldn't have recalled Winston Churchill, even though that I think he's, I think that he made some egregious errors in terms of like breaking the rationing rules. Like, and I applied that to this scenario. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this scenario, as it stands and why it's happening, is just a symptom of an ongoing problem. And I think if we don't look at it as that, then we're going to continue to see it worsen and worsen. And I think that look, I don't even disagree that with what you're saying, like conservatism isn't going away. I don't want conservatives to go away. I actually think like half the time I don't actually that's a lie. Some of the time I agree with conservatives. I think that they've got some interesting points to make. I think they've got some interesting positions to make. And I think that the rational position, at least in terms of the philosophical positions that I would endorse, have come from a progressive conservative hybrid, where it's like this realization that we should only endorse that which is rationally proven, so not just reject tradition for the sake of it, or reject an economic model if we've got nothing to replace it. And so there is this call to pragmatism that exists, I think, in conservatism, but there is this call to do something better that exists in progressivism, and we need to balance the two. And I'm never calling for to outright destroy one ideological position over the other. What I want is cohesion so that the state actually functions, rather than trying to politically use the population as a means to an end, as a tool to its own dissolution and destruction.
Well, so I think that one of the issues that's been brought up in a kind of sideways fashion, right, is that a lot of this boils down to basic economic concerns that are not being met, right? Whether we're talking about the homelessness crisis in California, whether we are talking about how our democracy is fraying, whether we're talking about how this kind of cultural split that has been worsening, that is all directly applicable to the system, the economic system we live under, this capitalist system that is seeking to extract as much profit as possible, that pays lobbyists billions of dollars every year to change laws that are more favorable to them, that is in favor of keeping homelessness in vogue, as it were, and acceptable to society, because threatening people with homelessness is a really great way of keeping them in a state of precarity, which is great for business. It's great when businesses have all of the bargaining power on their end, and that's how they prefer it. And so when we're talking about this is an issue that is intricately entwined with the economics. And we can even see this from earlier. Like, there is big money from outside of California flowing in for this Gavin Newsom race. And it was big money that actually contributed to getting a lot of these petitions signed. So when we're talking about this, there are moneyed interests that have a vested stake in the outcome of shaping both the philosophy at play here and also shaping the political realities on the ground. And when we're talking about California in particular, like, we, again, have to keep in mind that this is the most populous state, and it is one of the largest economies, not just in the United States, but in the world. It's a bigger economy than India. Like, when we're talking about this, California has the means to solve a lot of these problems, but Republicans are ideologically aligned against the solutions. And I think that largely we need to acknowledge that. And this is why I do not think that there are any contenders in the current recall campaign that would make any of these fundamental issues any better, because they are against baseline economic changes that would help the disadvantaged in this country.
Yeah, the idea...
That's from where a lot of the problems are stemming. Sorry.
So I would actually... We do need to wrap it up because we only have about an hour left in the show. So everybody will have closing statements. So if you have anything you still want to say, you'll be able to use it for ending statements. Since Kevin was the person who wanted to speak, I'll give it to him first.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so I'll start off initially just by a quick rebuttal there. Capitalism is not out on some conspiratorial crusade to rise homelessness and everything as some sort of fear type thing to get people to comply. That's a little bit conspiratorial. That's like basically Karl Marx level propaganda, I would say at that point. My view of it is that now, yeah, is capitalism perfect? No, it's in its late infancy. Now it's late stage, late infancy. We're going through a lot of growing pains right now. We get negative income tax and basic income in place so that homelessness isn't a thing anymore, and people aren't a function of poverty cycles induced by means-tested bureaucracies. We'll start having a higher prosperity, and we can move away from homelessness. Now, I understand some of it is obviously motivated by or a resultant from mental health issues. That's a topic for a different day, I guess. But I will say this, though, capitalism on the whole is obviously preferable to any of the alternatives that are available. It just needs to be perfected. It's still got problems. It's kind of like democracy. It's better than the alternatives. It doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean that you can't make it better. Now, to close up on this topic, on Gavin Newsom, I want to be very clear about something. I'm not a supporter of Gavin Newsom. I've got a lot of issues with him. I'm also not a complete opponent of Larry Elder. On economics, I'm closer to Larry Elder than I am to Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom's dropped the ball on a lot of stuff. Gavin Newsom is anti-death penalty. I'm pro-death penalty, for example. But on the issue that spurred this, the big one, the pandemic, the thing that where our economy, our lives are at stake, basically, Gavin Newsom is correct about it. And just because he displayed some personal hypocrisy and didn't wear a mask himself, California was still better off on the net because he still did the lockdown, and people that lived there were safer, even though he personally wasn't safer. At least he did the lockdown so that everybody else would be. Whereas any of the contenders on specifically the pandemic, they would be worse in their handling of it, and they would not do a lockdown, at least the big ones that are contending against him. And so that, to me, says if that's the issue that this is over, we know that if the Delta variant grows out of control and somebody else takes the place of Gavin Newsom, we know that they're going to have a just let it fly attitude and not actually do what's necessary to protect the people that they were elected to represent. And so given 55 attempts, given the fact that only one's ever succeeded, given the very low threshold that was required here, it is essentially, by definition, it is a cope for the fact that conservatives lost against Gavin Newsom. And you've got an election coming up next year, I believe, to try to replace him. So do it within the normal means. If this succeeds, so be it. It's just, I think it's unfortunate. And I would say as well that when it comes to capitalism and when it comes to all that kind of stuff, just as money in politics, nobody gives money to people they disagree with. So the conspiratorial side of it doesn't make that much sense because those people genuinely oftentimes believe in what they want, whether they're on the left or they're on the right. They don't need to be paid to say that. I don't need to be paid to say that I support staying in Afghanistan, for example. That's my conviction. If somebody wants to pay me to say that, I'll be like, okay, you can subscribe to my Patreon, but that's my view. So thank you. We can move on to the rest of the guests. Thanks.
Wonderful. Now go over to Riverboat Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that I
right
do
after
not.
perspective philosophy. So I need to get something to drink.
Oh.
I'm getting in a fight with Mike from PA on Twitter, and I am a little heated. So
Get him,
please
get him.
I'm sorry, but right now Mike from PA could literally just be the spokesperson from the Taliban. This shit is crazy. You continue.
Oh, Mike, yeah, he never responded. I asked if he wanted to ever just have a little wrestling match, a little hug off, and he never got back to me. I don't know where all that fake machismo went when he's threatening Destiny, but I'm excited.
I'm familiar with the argument, but those who want us to be in Afghanistan, please go there and do it yourself.
Yeah, I think Dylan wanted to finish the outro.
Okay.
I got videos going over that, Sparky. You can watch them.
Let Riverboat Jack go, please.
All right.
Please.
So when we're talking about homelessness being a result of capitalism, it's not conspiratorial nonsense. We can look at the way the housing market has been affected by the largest equity firms on the planet that are multinational. We can look at how in America, 15% of homes have been bought by corporate investors. We can look at all of these things and see directly how that correlates and results in homelessness. It's not Marxist propaganda to describe how our current system makes use of homelessness as a motivational tool to keep people working. rather than doing what they want with their lives. And personally, I would rather people be free in this country. When we're talking about the actual issue of like Gavin Newsom, again, I keep coming back to the fundamental underlying issue, I guess, with this recall is that while a lot of people are talking about, these lockdowns have caused economic damage, these mask mandates are unjust, far more economic damage would be caused by letting COVID run rampant throughout California. Far more economic damage would be done. When we're talking about ending homelessness, Republicans don't end homelessness. Outside of like one case I saw in Texas, the vast majority of Republicans address homelessness by sicking police on them, and that doesn't actually end the homelessness. And in fact, when we talk about other issues as well, like Gavin Newsom has so many legitimate things to criticize him for, but should we be taking the lead on this issue from a guy who literally thinks that immigrants to the United States are deserving of being microchipped like animals? I don't know. I don't think so, frankly. Now, sure, the people have spoken. There's going to be a recall. Do I think Gavin Newsom should be taken out? No. Because there are no better alternatives on the table right now. If there were, I'd be in favor of that person coming in. But lacking any evidence to support that there is someone better, Gavin Newsom. Hope you win.
Okay. Next is going to be perspective philosophy.
Yeah, so thank you. I actually agree with a lot of what Riverboat Jack said, to be entirely honest with you. I think that when we are looking at the situation, we should agree with a democratic situation. I do hope that it turns out in favor of Gavin, from mostly in the COVID situation. But I do think that there is an ideological issue underpinning this entire sort of structure. So when you say that capitalism is not conspiratorial, no one's saying that it is. I'm saying that it's systemically wrong. I mean, the issue is not to say that there is a capitalist class that's evil and plotting. It's saying that the ideology of the capitalist class and the ideology of the state, which is capitalist, is making people poorer, is preventing people from engaging with each other in a fair way, and is producing social problems, which are causing lack of cohesion, which is causing economic disparity, which is then taken advantage of by political parties, which result in systems like we have today. So the reality of the situation isn't to say that capitalism's all bad. I don't believe it is. I think there are very many good things in capitalism as a socialist, and I think that we should preserve those good things, but we realize that we can do better, both economically, politically, and ethically. Now, Gavin, he sounds like, to be honest, a hypocrite, and the reality of the situation is better to have a hypocrite, better to be hypocritical than to be apathetic. Someone who doesn't care about the issue at all is far worse than someone who cares and then breaks the rules individualistically. We have to respect that the power of government is universal and not particular. So mistakes that he makes in his own life makes him a bad person, but mistakes that he would make as a governor are far worse in terms of the overall political impact that he would have on the state. So yeah, political issues need to be resolved through cultural reflectivity, existential analysis, but remember, in terms of pragmatism, save lives and just try and keep them in.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hardwood and Sock.
Cool. I mean, kind of echoing a few different things, where it's like, I'm glad that the democratic process is playing out. I don't necessarily subscribe to that it's pointless and it should just wait, because some people feel like they have genuinely been hurt by the governor's policies. Whether you agree with the lockdown or not, the lockdown did hurt certain people. So they have every right to feel however they do about the governor. If the lockdown policy hurt them, and they want to blame the governor, well, that's on them. I don't think that we should be telling them that, oh, well, your feelings don't matter, because you were hurt during the lockdown and it would have been so much worse if we didn't lock down. Well, their life still could be completely fucked because of the lockdown. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why we would sit here and say that all right, it's a stupid recall. You know what I mean? Like it's a valid recall for certain people. Is it probably going to work at all? No. You know, in the long run, it's probably not going to work. But at least these people are getting their voices heard, you know, and their concerns out there, whether they be legitimate or not, in your opinion. You know, I'm glad that the democratic process is playing out the way it is. I'm interested to see what happens. I don't necessarily care who, you know, wins on, you know, if Newsom stays or if Elder ends up in there or if someone else ends up in there. Like, I'm on the other side of the country, so like, you know, I hope for the best for you, for California. You know what I mean?
Okay, now I'm going to throw it to Hans.
Sorry that I haven't jumped in as much as I did before for this one, everyone. Or if you don't like what I have to say, then I hope you enjoyed that. I don't really have much to say on this other than recalls happening. If you want to get Newsom to stay, organize to keep him in. If you want him to go, organize to get him out. Last thing, Mike from PA, every time I find a rat-based Pokemon, I name it after you. So have a great night. I'm excited for topic 3.
Wonderful. We're going to throw it over to Denims.
Yeah, I have basically the same opinions here that Jack had brought up earlier. It's just like, do as I say, not as I do with Gavin Newsom. Like, it really sucks that, you know, he went to this dinner that him and everybody else was probably vaccinated for, and didn't wear a mask. But the reality is he still is pushing for good mask mandates, good COVID policies. And I would rather have someone who is, I think, as Perspective Philosophy said earlier, hypocritical. I'd rather have that. And I think it's the problem with Gavin Newsom is that it's very similar to the force the vote garbage, which is like, we can sit here and talk about this and do this and recall and all this stuff, but he's more than likely just going to keep his spot. Like, it's probably not really going to amount to anything, which kind of sucks. Because, you know, I would love to have a replacement that is better, but we don't have that anyway. So, you know, say no to the recall or whatever. That's it.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Biggs.
Yeah, so we had some pretty interesting takes here. We had stuff about capitalist society and all kinds of craziness with that. We had a whole bunch of other issues brought up. But like I said in the beginning, I think that the Gavin Newsom recall is something that the people have the right to do. I don't think he's actually going to end up recalled, even though it's pretty close right now as far as the polls that I've looked at. But I think that the lefties should be kind of quaking in their boots because, like you said, like Republican governor in a very liberal state is kind of a recipe for a disaster. But I do think that that we need to provide the people the right to be able to have these recalls. I think it's very important when it comes to government and holding government responsible. I think that we saw, like, even with Obama, I guess this last weekend had a big party. Supposedly the people were all vaccinated and COVID tested. Probably overstating that, but who knows? I mean, I'm not going to assume one way or another. But I also don't. I have a little bit of skepticism when it comes to those type of reports. But hey, I think if people can have the right to recall their governor, I think that's great. And I think that he should take this as a warning if he is in state or, like, able to keep his governorship. I think he should take this as a warning that he does need to follow or lead by example, and give a good way for his constituents to follow him and do the right thing. And I think that's very important. And if we can have more leaders held accountable and actually be forced to do the right thing, I think that's better for everybody. And I think that that's probably what's going to end up happening.
Okay, now it's going to be Aircraft Sparky to wrap it up.
Thank you so much. Yet another spirited discussion. My takeaways from it evidently are capitalists bad, Republicans bad, my lack of election excitement is bad. By the way, Gavin Newsom is a winery owner and a complete and utter capitalist. Since when has the government actually done anything, fixed anything? When we're talking about COVID mandates, I don't know if more authoritarianism is actually going to be a good thing, things that will actually work in the end, especially when you're talking about things like freedom, liberty, and democratic processes. No party ever ends homelessness. It never has, never will. If the Democrats were such champions for the homeless, then why is it in LA they had the Black Plague return? They have huge, massive homeless problems there. And in San Francisco, two of the bluest cities in America right now. By the way, mayor of LA just basically they're trying to relocate all their homeless to San Francisco. So I guess that'll solve the problem in LA, but really not solving any problems whatsoever. The state that would be the 5th largest economy in the world cannot even support themselves through their own resources. They have to actually contract everything else. And it's not because the resources aren't available. Okay. Understand this, please. It is because they have put such restrictive environmental controls on their own little state that they have to siphon off of others. If they actually became their own country, they could pretty much be taken over in a matter of 3 days, because all the border states would do is just cut off their resources, and, well, people would hate life. Democrats won't run because of fear of losing, because they're worried about splitting the freaking vote between Governor Newsom and themselves, and therefore causing them to lose the office. Well, that is the most cowardly thing that you can do. Look, the people have decided they don't like Gavin Newsom. Is he going to get recalled? I don't know. That's not up to me. It's really up to people getting out and vote. If Democrats go out and vote, chances are Gavin Newsom will remain in his office. And according to most people on this panel, everyone else is bad because they got red or R or something behind their name. I think most of these individuals don't even know what these supposed politicians, where their stances are. And they're just going, Republicans bad. Okay, look, play party politics all you want. When it comes down to it, those who are in California, if you care, go out and vote. Make sure and do it with some type of education, though. Look at the stances that all these people have and vote for the person you deem is best. If it's Gavin Newsom, cool. If it's not, cool. That is democracy. That is the way democracy should work. We need to stop playing these stupid party politics and pretending like government is ever going to fix a damn thing, because they don't. It is the people that solve things. The government is nothing but a drain of resources. Thank you so much.
You want me? You want an itemized list of all like the reasons why I think Republicans are bad?
Hey, this
Okay,
topic's
no,
over, isn't it?
the topic's over. The last time you could talk about the previous topic.
Hans is so feisty tonight.
Is in your intro to the next topic. Okay.
Did you juice up, Hans?
Okay, we're gonna go into
I'm always hyped. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're gonna go into the last topic now, which is going to be the infrastructure bill. An infrastructure bill just passed, and I will say, if you also want to talk about the $3.5 trillion budget, since that is topical as well, you can bring it up if you want to. But the topic was the infrastructure bill. I want to make sure that is noted. $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill and $3.5 trillion budget pushed through as well. I'll leave it all up to you. There's a lot of stuff in both bills, so you can talk about the specifics on why you either favor the bipartisan infrastructure bill or oppose it, or you favor the $3.5 trillion budget or oppose it. This is a budgetary conversation, so it might get a little boring considering there's a lot that's allocated in this bill, but that's fine. We can have a little boredom if we want to. So we're going to start in the top left-hand quarter with Aircraft Sparky again.
Alrighty, so when it comes down to the infrastructure bill, it is a mixed bag. Look, the American infrastructure is crumbling. And we're not talking about just my roads, just my railroads. We're also looking at airports. We're talking about seaports, commerce that happens domestically and internationally has to go through all these. And well, they are crumbling. It is horrid. I've been all over the world. I've seen the status of airports in foreign lands much better maintained. So it is kind of, look, we do need to address things like infrastructure. When you look at things like wastewater, the wastewater sewage, if we need to improve that. We need to stop polluting the earth, and the way we do that is we upkeep our infrastructure. The big problem with the infrastructure bill, the only problem that I have with the infrastructure bill, is things that are non-infrastructure related. That's really it. Look, I want to make America as easy to trade amongst our states and even with our international allies and and whatnot, but we need to have good infrastructure to do that. There's a couple things in the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that has absolutely nothing to do with infrastructure. And it's because they're trying to change the definition of what infrastructure is. Human infrastructure is not a thing. If you want it to be a thing, I guess you would probably have to call that slavery. So saying that you need to have childcare is infrastructure. No, that's not infrastructure. That may be a support structure for the family, but that is not infrastructure. There is a difference there. Okay. When you talk about infrastructure, it is a means to communicate, to move things logistically. And you don't use children to move things. If you do, man, you're breaking some labor laws. Okay. When it comes to the budget, right now, I believe Nancy Pelosi is trying to tie the infrastructure bill with the budget so they can utilize a reconciliation. Not a bad idea if they allow for all debate to happen. I believe they should have open debate on it. That way the House can actually change the bill if they deem necessary. This is part of the democratic process. If they don't tie it to the budget, they won't be able to do reconciliation, and they're going to have to hit that 60%, is it 60%? I believe it is. Yeah, 60% to pass. So pick your poison. If they link it with the budget, you're going to have the moderates that are going to basically block it. And this is from the left and the right. I think the infrastructure bill, for the most part, it just needs a little bit of fat trimmed. Let's actually spend the money where it is intended to. If you want to add other things such as childcare and whatever pet project you want, make a bill for that, for Christ's sakes. Don't try to sneak it in with something, put a little lipstick on that pig and call it your date. Just be honest with the people. Stop using these dishonest tactics. And that way the American people know where their money is being spent, and being spent responsibly.
Okay, you can throw it over to Biggs.
So, my understanding was the question was for this topic, was the infrastructure bill a success? I would postulate the infrastructure bill was a complete disaster on all fronts from both the left and the right. I will say that from the left's perspective, and I'm actually for more infrastructure, but even though I'm more libertarian, but I believe that infrastructure is very important. But what I would say is, from the left's perspective, the bill didn't go far enough. I think that there was a lot of stuff that they could have put in the bill that was more towards, like, especially I think they could have put more money towards the high speed and the what they called, like, cyber equity, and there's what the language was in the bill. I think they could put more towards that, because I think that's where people need to be most connected, at least in the current state of technology we have now. And also, I think that the amount of money that was put forth was not nearly enough to combat the issues of the roads and the actual physical infrastructure we have in this country. I live in the Midwest, and it is fucking shit here. Okay, we have some of the worst roadways and shit like that in the country. Our shit is literally falling apart, right? And I do, as a practical, pragmatic libertarian, I understand that these things need to be handled, especially if we're not going to go down the road of, like, more toll roads and things like that. From the right's perspective, they're going to say that this shit was put forth with on a premise of lies. I know a lot of the Republicans came out and said after the budget, was it the CBO? I think it's the Congressional Budget Office or something like that. They did a report. And while all the Democrats are saying that this bill is paid for by previous, funding moved from COVID to that, as well as other funding shifted, but what actually came out in the report was that it was actually $257 billion underfunded, which was going to cause more debt. Not only that, there's a lot of stuff in the bill that postulates further spending along the way. What I have a problem with, as far from my perspective, is this bill is going to be way over budgeted. We look back, and time again, the government has ridiculous amounts of project overruns, which into layman's terms is basically the budget gets way exceeded and ends up costing way more money and way more time, and things don't get fixed as quickly as they should be based on what they project, and things cost way more. Some of the projections I've seen, some other sites has been that this actual $1.2 trillion bill will actually end up costing over the time from, I believe it was 2021 to 2031, I believe was the time frame, will actually cost over $5 trillion. Now, whether or not that's actually true or not will be yet to be seen. Because we're adding more infrastructure and things like that, it would follow that there would be more costs incurred to maintain those as we progress. So that does make sense to me. Again, this is a speculation and this is all like extrapolation on based on like what current maintenance costs are and stuff like that of roads and things. But to me, I think that this whole bill fails on all fronts. They need to be more honest with how the bill is being paid for, and they should have probably done more overall from my personal perspective. I think something around splitting the difference, because I think they originally wanted like 5 billion and they ended up getting 1.2. So I think somewhere around like 2 to 3 billion or trillion would have been a better mark to hit and be more reasonable with your expectations. That's why I think this whole bill is a disaster on all fronts and may have some issues actually when it goes back to the House with Nancy Pelosi possibly trying to barter for more additional concessions to be made. So that's my personal take. Again, we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be resolved in they come back in October from recess, so we'll see then. But I'm interested to see what everybody else on this panel thinks.
Okay, I can throw it over to Denims.
Oh boy, I'm excited. I don't know. I feel like on some fronts it was a success, and on some fronts it wasn't. I think on some of the corporate tax hikes that were supposed to be in the bill that were eventually not in the bill, I'm pretty sad about those. I know that they aren't necessarily related to infrastructure, but I was briefly excited about it returning back to pre-2017 corporate income tax rates, but unfortunately that isn't going to happen, probably. It is, like Big said earlier, missing a lot of things. Like, people underestimate the amount of time that infrastructure takes to fix. They also are underestimating how much needs to be fixed and how underfunded the US is. And that's part of the reason why I was so excited about the corporate income tax rate, and seeing it not actually go back up kind of made me super depressed. But I do think it is a success on a different front, in that I think a lot of people in America probably have a pretty divisive, or they have an idea about American politics that is divisive, and that we sort of can't get together and do anything. I think it was even echoed on this panel earlier. I don't remember who said it, but someone had said the government isn't going to do anything, the people do things or whatever. And it's like, no, the government does things sometimes. Okay. And this is one of those examples where bipartisan support or close to bipartisan support for a bill is very exciting, because it reinvigorates people's faith in the government that they can actually do things. Unfortunately, it is true, it doesn't go far enough. It is missing stuff. But I am also really excited about the funding that's going to the railways, because of course leftists excited for that, especially considering that I think it's the first time in since Amtrak's inception that we've gotten a bill this big for improving its infrastructure. But yeah, I don't know, some good, some bad. I want to pause and let other people go ahead.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Hans.
So, I'm so fucking excited for this. I fucking love infrastructure. I fucking love meaty logistics. So, let's talk about what's in the fucking bill in the first place. First of all, we got 110 billion for roads and bridges. We got 4 billion for bridge repair. We got 66 for, we got 55 for improved broadband and internet. We have 39 billion for improved public transit. We have 65 for our electric grid, 66 for our rails, train gang Denims. I'm so goddamn excited. Guess what? There's a problem though. 1 trillion ain't enough. It turns out that the American Civil Society of Engineers said that we need 2.6 trillion to fix this fucking thing, and this bill is only 1 trillion. So I'm so goddamn excited that the Democrats using reconciliation to push through more shit that we need to help fix our fucking society. And I don't know if Sparky is mad because we called it human infrastructure. Let's just call it giving children pre-K. Let's just call it giving family tax credit. Give them tax breaks. Give families more money for raising children. I thought as a nationalist you would support making America stronger, thicker, meatier by taking care of our fucking families, but you don't seem very excited about that, do you, big guy? So anyway, I don't care if it's human infrastructure, because I am a house, so I'm technically human, and I'm infrastructure. I think all this bill can also be infrastructure. I'm happy to go more. I don't want to take too much time, but I am so fucking ready for this.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Hardwood and Sock.
All right. I can't follow up with that much energy. That was a lot. No, but I mean, infrastructure is definitely like it's definitely something we should all agree on. You know, I think we should all want strong bridges, good roads, good public transportation. All things that kind of help make society run. Is the 1.2 trillion necessarily enough? Probably not, but at least it's something. When Donald Trump was trying to push infrastructure back during his presidency, he got a lot of pushback from the Democrats, and I think I didn't understand why. And I'm glad that we are getting this bipartisan support. I wish that we could have gotten it a few years ago, so we could have gotten a head start on it, and we could have tried to work something out. But I'm glad it's happening nonetheless. Donald Trump didn't get it done. Joe Biden's getting it done. As far as infrastructure goes, I got to give him the win. Which is good. I can't wait to see what happens. Now, as far as the reconciliation bill goes, that's where I worry that it's going to be very interesting for me to see how the Democrats play this, right? So if they're going to hold out, and really, really wait and see if the reconciliation bill passes the Senate or not. Are they going to play chicken with that? Or, it's very interesting to see how the politics of the around the reconciliation bill are going to work out. And if the House Democrats are actually going to be strong and not vote on the infrastructure bill, if the reconciliation bill, I don't know, that part's a mess, but I love the infrastructure bill, and I hope it passes regardless of what happens with the reconciliation bill.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Philosophy.
Hello. Thank you. So yeah, I think infrastructure and building an infrastructure is incredibly important for the general population and their well-being, primarily, but also for the functioning of a state. I think that every good state, has ever since Rome really required a solid infrastructural plan. So I think that if we look at a successful state, we should look at one which has solid infrastructure. But let's kind of put it into good and bad a little bit. So there's the improvement of the infrastructure, which I would say is really good. One of the primary reasons is that it can actually not only help the population, but help the economy, and stimulate the economy, not just in a Friedman or Keynesian sense, in the sense that it's a direct stimulus into the economy, which increases jobs, which increases spending, which overall gets a stagnant economy moving again. And I think something after a time of essentially economic recession because of COVID, it's essentially a part of the means of boosting the United States economy. I think that another good thing is that it can protect against inflation, in the sense that if you did have a real severe economic downturn for whatever reason, and the economy has shown itself to be pretty fragile of late because of the ongoing issues, having a powerful and strong infrastructure that can then rebuild a state is vitally important, and will give the United States a real head start if there was an issue with that currency, which I don't think there'll be, but whatever. Some of the bad things. The termination of pandemic stimulus to encourage work. I know that this was state decided, but I think that is pretty disgusting. Not only because it will not necessarily, I think, do what it's meant to do, but also because it's harmful to people. But in the sense that it won't do what it's meant to do, I think stimulating people into work at lower price points is not necessarily the best thing to do. Giving people, let's say, guaranteed jobs. I've heard, I have a capitalist friend that talks about this. Giving people guaranteed jobs at a certain higher price point forces corporations to compete, and allows for the flow of GDP. So flow of money downwards rather than constantly increasing inequality. So that also helps. And I also think that it does seem like a move from, let's say, in terms of how it's functioning, from a Keynesian-style liberalism to maybe like a Friedman-style neoliberalism, in the sense that the way that it is moving money into the private sector rather than private individuals themselves in the terms of stimulus, which they can then go and decide where they spend their money. Instead, people will bid on contracts, and I think that is indicative of corruption a lot of the time. In the UK, we have a real issue with that in terms of just for where we're buying the PPE from, man. Like PPE from, like people were getting £10 million contracts for being the pub landlord of MPs in this area in this country. So there's real issues there, I think. Someone actually raised the American people need to know where their money's being spent, and I think it might be an Aircraft Sparky. I think that I doubt many of the senators actually know. I think that the reality of the situation is that it is an incredibly hefty bill. It was like 3,000 pages or something. There is a lot of hidden words in this, and I think that's really a problem not of just the United States. I think that's the problem of just modern democracy. Will kind of become incredibly bureaucratic, and that's causing some real issues. And then the final thing is the controversy of the funding. Let's be honest, most of it's coming from printed money, because it's savings from COVID. And savings from COVID is just economic stimulation, which was printed from the budget, right? So like printed by essentially by the Biden administration to stimulate the economy. Now, I actually don't have a problem with that, but what we have to consider here is the elasticity of supply and demand of the United States currency. How well will the US dollar fare in the forex market given an increase of supply? And I think that it's going to be absolutely fine. I think that I would argue that the dollar being that the demand for the dollar being unbelievably high should mean that everything would work out. The dollar is a stupidly powerful currency that is the reserve currency for China, Japan, and the UK. It's who all own it through the form of public debt, of United States public debt. And China itself would want to maintain a strong dollar so that it can sell to the United States, and a strong dollar so that it can't sell externally to Europe. So China is going to want to buy more debt. So it's kind of going to work out in the sense that China's now going to have to invest money in buying the US dollar as well in order to and will actively try to protect your currency. So in order to protect their own economic interests. And then also the last thing I'd say is the oil that is traded in the US dollar. The reality of the situation is that oil is an incredibly important resource. A vast amount of oil is traded in the US dollar. China buys oil in the US dollar, from what I'm aware, from Saudi Arabia, and it's an incredibly important resource that is traded and is almost backing your currency. So I think the US dollar is going to be fine. I think that the way that this bill's working out in terms of funding is probably going to be okay. And one thing I would like to ask the panel about really is the whole cryptocurrency scenario. Do you really think that it's going to generate 28 billion in funding? Because I think cryptocurrency is a big bubble, and I don't think that it's necessarily going to keep making as much money as people think it will, in terms of that it might lead to something like, especially in Bitcoin, or something like hyperdeflation. So yeah, that's everything I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to our great friend of the channel, long ally, Riverboat Jack.
Yeah. So to follow up all of this, like, there are a lot of problems with the infrastructure plan, but I think we really need to focus on what this does well, because to pretend it's just like another infrastructure bill is, I think, missing the importance of this bill. The infrastructure plan is the biggest public investment in transit in history, like since the construction of like our interstate highway system. We're like, this is a massive undertaking, and frankly I am kind of shocked that we're getting something this good from the Biden administration. For all of its problems, for all of the valid criticisms of it, I am shocked that we are getting something that actually seems like it's going to be fairly effective. So when we're talking about what's in the infrastructure plan, right? Well, we're getting the rebuilding of infrastructure in but in a green way, applying green technology to our current existing infrastructure. We're going to be building charging stations across the United States. We're going to be rebuilding roads to facilitate bicycle transit. We're going to be building more bridges than have been built in the past century. We're going to be electrifying our public transit fleets, including buses. We're going to be building out internet infrastructure the same way we built out electrical infrastructure in the past. And we're going to be using modernized green energy tech to build that cabling. And we're also going to be building the cabling infrastructure for new and up and coming green energy. And you can criticize that green energy may or may not be privatized, because it likely will be. I think that is a point of critique. But overall, this is really good. And when we're talking about what are we going to do in the future for green energy, this infrastructure plan creates a new authority that will help facilitate and fund green energy initiatives in the United States. It also funds environmental cleanup, which includes protecting and defending communities against the effects of climate change. It includes cleaning up toxic water supplies. All of that toxicity that is, by the way, widespread in America's water infrastructure is something that is going to be cleaned up. And I think that it is important to note that this doesn't all magically happen. That money goes to pay people for their labor. It is creating hundreds of thousands of jobs over the next several years. This is something that will keep America employed with good, stable, sustainable jobs. And when we're talking about the $3.5 trillion bill, which goes into human infrastructure as well as some solid infrastructure, I first need to address you, Sparky. I'm sorry, but literally human resources are a part of infrastructure, just the generalized notion of infrastructure. So ensuring that people can work is a key component of infrastructure planning. If people can't work because they're having to stay home to take care of their kids, if people can't work because they are undereducated, these are issues that need to be solved by an infrastructure plan. And so it doesn't mean we're sending kids to work in the mines. That's not what it means. What it means is we have universal pre-K for kids, so that, by the way, we educate our pre-kindergarten kids, and we socialize our pre-kindergarten kids, and that sets them up for better success later on, academically, which means we have a more educated workforce in the long run. We subsidize childcare, so people aren't stuck at home raising their kids. Instead, they can go to work. Now, you might say, well, I want people to be able to work from home. Well, unfortunately, we live under capitalism that now requires both parents to work for the vast majority of occupations. So until we fix that problem, people need to go to the work just to sustain their children. All right. Free community college, better educated workforce means we can do more things. We can specialize in more things. That's great for our economy. National paid family leave. Every other modern nation on the planet does something similar to this. It's about time we got it. Extended child tax credits. People on the right complain about people not having enough kids because the kids are expensive. Extended child tax credits help a lot in that regard, okay? And then we're going into the harder infrastructure. We have the Judiciary Committee that is being funded by over $100 billion. And it's being funded specifically to facilitate the addressing of immigration. Because right now, currently, our legal system is horribly, horribly overwhelmed and underfunded when it comes to immigrants. And guess what happens when we get immigrants through our legal system? They can go to work. That's great. That's great for the economy. On top of that, we have more funding for defenses for cities when it comes to climate change. Because guess what? There are massive forest fires every year now, and there are massive droughts. We need to fix those. We need to have systems in place. Otherwise, a whole lot of people are going to die or suffer, and we don't want that because it tends to negatively impact productivity when we're talking about infrastructure. right? Additionally, funding for green energy, both the building of that infrastructure and the research of that infrastructure to make better and better green energy that's more effective, safer, and more effective overall in either reducing carbon emissions or eliminating carbon emissions. And then we have public housing. We have housing affordability, and we have community land trusts so that communities can decide what happens with their land instead of moneyed interests.
Okay.
And I think overall this is great. We need more people housed for them to get back to work. That's necessary for infrastructure.
Okay.
I'm done.
Send it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so on the infrastructure bill, I got a few points. The first one that I want to get to very quickly here, I just wanted to address something that Aircraft Sparky said. He compared childcare to slavery. That was a little bit hysterical. That was goofy. That was a goober moment. It's not, we can disagree. We can debate over the issues, but the slavery thing is incredibly hyperbolic. Now let's get into the actual substance of the infrastructure bill. So for me, and I'm looking at this, and the thing is, I gotta say, we'll probably disagree on a lot of stuff when it comes to economics and everything, but because I believe he mentioned himself being a market socialist, but Hans had said that this didn't go far enough, and I agree with that. I think the $2.6 trillion number is something that absolutely is appropriate here, and it's actually long overdue. In fact, if you look into it, that number today could have been less if the repair was just a standard maintenance as opposed to letting things get so bad. It's kind of like if you never look after your car, then when you have to take it into repairs, your repair bill is going to be bigger than if you're always maintaining it. Basically, that's kind of what we're getting at here. And so I agree with Hans on that point. I think that in general, however, though, it had to be bipartisan. There were 69 votes that were in favor of it. That meant that some Republicans crossed the aisle to vote in favor of it. And so necessarily to get Republicans on board, you're going to have to be diluting the potency of it a bit. And that's unfortunate because I would argue that, now I'm not a libertarian or anything, but in my ideal world down the road, once a lot of the big problems we have today are largely no longer a thing anymore, you could lower taxes a bit. But a lot of people look at this and they say, oh, a lot of the Republicans look at this and they say, oh, it's infrastructure, it's taxes, it's increases in taxes, increases in spending, especially with the associated social package that Pelosi's talking about of $3.5 trillion. The problem with this is that it ignores where are appropriate areas where you could structure things better to make them more efficient, where are appropriate areas that you could, say, do deregulation or privatization, or at least have a debate around it. Infrastructure is not one of those. So, for example, and I'm not making a judgment statement here. I'm not saying I support this or I'm against this. You could theoretically privatize healthcare. You could theoretically privatize a lot of higher education versus state schools, that kind of stuff, and it could still function. We can have a debate over whether it would be better or worse. But with infrastructure, if the government doesn't take the initiative, it literally won't happen. It's the sort of thing that private companies aren't going to provide an alternative for because of the free rider problem, because of the negative externalities that come from a lot of these sort of issues. I mean, a lot of this is basically a public good in a way that there isn't a profit incentive there for companies to really do. And you might say, well, this company built this one airport near their firm, or this company built this one road, or this industrial park built this railroad, and it was a corporate endeavor. That happens, but not national infrastructure. And it actually grows to become a security issue too. And I think that given that we're in a new Cold War with communist China and that they get it, they understand, obviously, that they have to be spending on infrastructure. For the United States to not have that sort of Sputnik moment and realize, hey, look, we actually have to be competing with these guys here. And if we just drop the ball and just say, let my corporations deal with it or whatever, what's it going to have? We're going to have libertarian style, oh, let Walmart build the roads. And then Walmart doesn't actually build the roads and all the roads go to shit. And then, of course, anytime you ever do want to come back and fix it, now it's going to be way more expensive because you didn't spend the bare minimum to maintain it. So I support it. I think I've got a lot of issues with Joe Biden. This is a good move and it's a win for his administration and it's a win for the Democrats. But I think more generally, it's a win for the United States as a country and the West as a world, because the U.S. is the guarantor of Western security. And of course, the U.S. infrastructure is critical to U.S. security at the end of the day. I really do believe here that this should have technically gone farther, that even if you are a deficit hawk Republican, you can talk about, say, more privatizing the Affordable Care Act. You can talk about privatizing higher education, but infrastructure is something that no matter what system we're going to have, it's going to have to require government leadership, just like the military, just like police, just like firefighters. Because if we privatize those things, you can see what's going to happen. You're going to run into a lot of issues. Now, you can be against privatization of healthcare, you can be against all that kind of stuff, but you can still recognize that it could still technically function in a way that wouldn't be entirely crippling, as private infrastructure is the solution. So I support it. I think it's a good move. However, just to the final point, though, I would say, though, that on the expanded social policy package that Pelosi and others are talking about, that one's going to be obviously a lot more controversial. Some elements of it are good. I like all the elements, basically, of the main infrastructure package, the 1.2 trillion in solid infrastructure. I think the broadband is a really good one. The U.S. is behind countries like South Korea on that, for sure. I think, though, on the broader social policy one, that one gets a little bit tricky, because then we have to talk about incentives and everything. So people brought up child tax credits. I don't know if we're going to classify that as up for debate here for infrastructure, but Pelosi, I guess, has defined it as infrastructure. My opinion on those is child tax credits at the end of the day serve to incentivize people that should not necessarily be moving to having a bunch of kids to have kids. I'm not saying don't have kids, but for me personally, if I'm going to be chosen to be born to a family and I get to start life over again, if I know I want to have the best opportunity, I'm going to want to be born to a family that makes 6 figures or more. And if you're somebody in a tax bracket where child tax credits would make a difference for you, you can't afford to have kids. That's just the fact of the matter. And so I'm not like some big natalist guy who's like, yeah, we need to have more kids to outpopulate the Muslims or whatever the hell. Countries can win wars with way fewer people. Israel wins wars and they have way fewer people. I care about tech. I care about quality. I care about giving every child the best opportunity possible. And if that means we have fewer kids and all those kids are born into families that are ready for them and can afford to take care of them, great, based. And you'll see the poverty rate come down. So thank you.
Okay. I mean, if I was a child able to choose what kind of family I'd want to be born into, I want to be born into a loving family that makes 20 figures. Checkmate, atheists.
What are you talking about? I mean, you'd be born into the poorest family possible. So
well, I am an atheist, so.
Well, okay, but like Kevin, the issue is, right? I don't think the money you get from the child tax credit is more than the cost of like raising a child from like birth to 18. Like this is helping people like Biggs who has kids, people like who might be on the middle end of the spectrum. Middle class people will get a fuck ton of money from this tax cut. So will poor people. This is good for everyone who has kids. But guess what? Both wealthy people and poor people have kids. I know if you want to say, oh hey, unless you make like 120,000, don't have children. That's kind of impossible. The average American wage is like what, like 30K or some shit like that? Not even. Like, how are you going to raise a kid on that? And if we're saying only the super rich are supposed to like have like 20 fucking kids, right? I'm not saying like if we want to like say up the population. I don't care about like natalism for the purpose of like growing America strong. It's about making sure that we can maintain our social safety net, because like we're an aging population. We're going to keep getting old. We need young people to keep working to help the old people. Until we have space communism, we need to keep that cycle going, and that's either through immigration, which is totally fucking based. I fucking love immigration, or we got to do it by like making so millennials, make it so Zoomers can have fucking kids without like either raising them in poverty or like I don't know what the other option is. Like
they're still at the poverty or lower middle class income at a point where a lot of this, and I'm not saying it necessarily just if they didn't exist you wouldn't have kids, and now because they exist you have kids. All I'm saying is, for example, in Canada, there are incentive structures in place where you get more money the more kids you have, and there are people that basically have made a career out of that, and it is a thing, and it's unfortunate for the kids that are born into that situation. That is a thing that happens. What I'm saying here is I'm not even against providing economic subsidies to people that are in hard economic situations. What I would instead structure, like if we're going to spend that money, I would instead do a single tax credit where we say, if you are responsible enough to avoid having children, we're going to compensate you for your effort to not bring kids in that might grow up to commit crime and not be into loving homes. So why not give single people that are waiting until they're financially or ready to have kids? Why not support them? Because I got news. It's actually harder, on an individual level to survive economically as a single person than as, say, a couple with children, for example. So at the end of the day, a lot of these tax credits favor things like marriage, and they favor things like having kids because they're led by Christian dominionists that want a bunch of poor white Christians to have more kids so that they can have a bigger number for their congregations to say we have more people that believe in Jesus than in the Quran or whatever. And I'm a humanist. I'm an anti-theist. I want fewer kids. I want fewer kids, and all those kids that are born to have the best opportunities afforded to them and come into loving families. I get it. It's not perfect, but we should be moving in that direction as opposed to subsidizing people that can't afford to have kids yet. That's the problem for me.
Okay, but the kids didn't choose to be born, so if they're going to exist, I want them to. Like, please don't make me like agree with Sparky on this. Like, holy shit!
Families, atheist families have kids while they're poor too.
Yeah, I mean, the point here is that you're setting in place the wrong incentive. So I'm all fine with lowering taxes across the board. I'm all fine with giving people it's basically tax credits to basically avoid having kids, for example. I think that we exacerbate a lot of social ills when we basically try to encourage people that aren't ready to have kids to have kids.
But the money's for the kids.
That's my point.
The money is to help take care of the kids.
Right, but I'm talking about future generations, like the next million generations. You know, that's what we're interested in here.
Okay, stop.
In other ways.
Kevin, stop. Okay, so I want to go around because everybody disagrees. So a lot of people have risen their hand. So I'm gonna go in order. First it was Air, then it was Biggs. Who else raised their hand? I saw Philosophy. Okay, so basically everyone wanted to respond. Okay, so Air, Biggs, Hans, Hardwood, and Sock, and Perspectives Philosophy, right? Okay, so we're gonna start with aircraft.
Okay, look. My entire argument is based on if it's an infrastructure bill, make it go towards infrastructure, things that actually help us move, logistics, things like that, and trade. When it comes down to a community college, please, for the love of God, read the Constitution, learn what the roles of the government is. It's in the articles; they're easy to find. Climate change. When you look at it, you realize that the majority of the electrical energy. Do you know where that comes from? It usually comes from burning coal and things like, natural gas. So if you're really concerned about that, how about we upgrade how we generate our power through things like geothermal, hydroelectric, and nuclear? When it comes down to it, the whole push for electric cars, all you were doing is polluting more because the manufacturing process just for the batteries requires strip mining for rare earth minerals.
It has investments in green research for battery tech.
But that doesn't need to be in an infrastructure bill. That needs to
Why?
be in
it's
a
part of the
research bill.
infrastructure.
Things such as cars themselves are commodities. They're commodities. They're not a means.
Our cars not infrastructure. If public transit is, both of them help people move from place to place. If I take you're telling me if I take a fucking tram to work, that I'm using I'm using infrastructure. Then you're telling me if I drive a car, I'm not using infrastructure.
You're using the road, which is infrastructure. You're using a road, which is infrastructure, not your personal car. Your personal car is not infrastructure; it's a commodity of which you own.
And what's that car going on the road? We need to
but you actually pay for that through your taxes by purchasing your license.
You understand that trucks and cars use similar technologies, and we use trucks to transport all kinds of things.
I am talking
if we have
about
car tech, we have truck tech.
You do realize that. This isn't, I'm saying you need to put things for an infrastructure bill, actually go for infrastructure. Things like pot research, which is included in this, money for cams to be put in your car so the government can track to see who's drinking and driving. So, hey, hope you don't like your privacy.
Citation on the cams and cars, please.
Oh, yes, I got it for you.
They did want to put some type of tracking on miles driven for sure, but I don't know.
Miles driven is different than actuality.
Okay, a few things. Hans, can you maybe turn down the gain on your mic?
I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're
Hans
slamming it against the desk.
Not only on the mic,
and I do want to
in real life.
Is it better now?
Better now, yes.
Better.
I'm gonna throw it over to Biggs because he was next on the list.
One last thing, please. Gender identity and sexuality is now considered part of infrastructure through the broadband equality deal. Come on, man.
You mean by giving infrastructure and like improving the broadband of like communities of color who've like historically been like extremely underfunded in terms of those regards? Sounds like infrastructure to me, buddy.
Okay.
No.
So we're gonna throw it over to Biggs.
All right. So I think, as much as we want to disagree on the minutia here, I think that we can all agree that as a country, we need to improve things like roads, bridges, internet infrastructure, all that type of stuff, right? We need to make it so that people can be able to get to work, whether it's digitally or on the roads, right? The issue I have here with this whole bill is that it's underfunded, and this is coming from like a right-leaning libertarian person, right? So I think it's underfunded, and I also, my biggest issue with it is that it's based on a lie. They literally said, and all the Democrats were saying, that it was paid for. They used some of the COVID money, and they were extending some of the other previous budgetary infrastructure stuff to like basically do a continuation. But after the reports that came out, they said that it was underfunded by $250 billion. Not only that, it gives stipulations where debt can be raised in all different sectors. And what I think the problem is A, they're being dishonest, which makes it, to me, seem like a pretty shitty bill to begin with. And B, it's not enough. Like Hans said, we need to fund these things, right? We need to have people be able to have an easy way to get to work, whether it's digitally, through through their cars or whatever. But it just boggles my mind that why do they have to feel like they need to lie about this? It just seems really counterintuitive. I think we all can agree that we need this type of situation, especially because like a lot of the roads, especially in the Midwest, like I know I lived in Arizona for 7 years previously. Their roads are great because they don't have the amount of weather and stuff like that on the roads. But places like the Midwest need this infrastructure. They need this like continuous flow of money because their roads continually every year they break down more and more. So I think it's disingenuous from the right to say we don't need to fund these things. But also, I think it's disingenuous of the left who are putting forward these bills and lying about it. I think they need to be more honest, and they need to put forth what is actually happening and what they actually expect to pay for these things. Because I think if we do that, more people will be on board with it, both from the left and the right, as far as the regular people. So I think we all kind of want the same thing, but I just think it's just like both sides are kind of coming at it from a really piss poor perspective.
Okay, next is going to be Hans. Then we have Hardwin Sock. Then Perspective Philosophy.
All right, so Biggs, I get it. I love you. I don't think this is as easy to both sides as you think. I promise, if you ask me what's in the infrastructure, bro, I'll tell you, and I will defend like virtually all of it because I think a lot of that shit's base as fuck. Whether it's universal pre-K, all that sort of shit, totally down. But like, I'm sorry, it doesn't seem like Republicans, aside from like the 19th vote on this big pog for them, right? Then you have people like Josh Hawley, supposedly based like right-wing populist, right? Who's like, I'm not gonna vote for this infrastructure because it's like part of the woke agenda. Like Republicans will find ways to fight infrastructure regardless of like how Democrats spin it. I don't really think at this point that we like, honestly, like if you want to talk about the politics of this, I think the Democrats should have just done it all by themselves. Like, I don't want to give Republicans a win because we had to drag them tooth and nail to do all the base shit that, again, it's not enough, but it was some pretty good shit, like in the basic infrastructure.
7% is pretty good, though, right? You would agree that 7% of the Senate is pretty good, like bipartisan wise.
Like bipartisan wise, but again, that's 30 Republicans who, like, again, that's still a majority of Republicans who like try to stop it. I'm saying like, and it could have been better. Like when you talked about the deficit earlier, right? You're like, oh man, like this is gonna blow like a $350 billion hole in the deficit. The Democrats had a plan to like account for that. Republicans wouldn't let a tax increase go in the bill to help fund the damn thing. And we know like there's two ways we can fund like, big spending projects. We either like deficit spend or we can like, tax. And if you didn't want the deficit to increase and we want to spend money on infrastructure, and I think like all of us can agree, I feel like everyone on this panel, include like I don't know about Sparky, but like I don't want to like misfocus his name while he's not here. Want infrastructure, and it means it's going to cost a lot of money, and we all agree it's going to cost. Sorry, the American Civil Society of Engineers say it's going to cost $2.6 trillion, which means we got to fucking fund it somehow. And I would prefer taxes, but if Republicans don't want us to do that, then I don't give a shit. Let's fucking deficit spend the fuck out of this, because apparently they refuse to raise taxes, and they want to complain about blowing holes in the deficit. We can talk about them pushing through with budget rec the 2017 tax cuts.
I agree that it is a lot of grandstanding. Like Republicans want to make the stand against big government. Like I understand, like that's why those 39 or whatever is 30 Republicans voted against it, right? They want to push for smaller government, and I understand that. But what I think the bigger issue is where, and one of the problems I had was it was 110 billion in direct spending, and then it was like 400 billion in discretionary spending. And that's the problem I have with this is like, how do we know it's going to go to where it needs to go when they say discretionary spending? Like, that's the problem I have. And I think a lot of Republicans want to push back against that because they don't know where this money's going to go because it's just up to whatever on the whim that they're going to decide.
Yeah, a lot of the expenses, though, I think there were over 1,400 projects in it that were like earmarked to local districts and stuff. See, the thing is, a lot of this stuff basically comes out as a compromise. Like the problem is, it should have been $2.6 trillion. The issue with that, of course, is that, you have to have Republicans on board with it. And a lot of Republicans are obstinate and they'll oppose spending increases, even if it's on things that only the government should actually be doing and can do, like infrastructure. I've made the argument you can be against healthcare, you can be against education spending from the government and still support infrastructure because of the nature of infrastructure. And yet I do think, though, it was going to have to be watered down in that sense. And you're going to have a lot of these earmarks to get people's votes on boards. And even then, it's still kind of close. What I think would have been an interesting strategy, a better strategy, perhaps, from the Democrats for the future, if they want this to work, maybe start from a way higher point so that the compromise is more in the ballpark at 2.6 trillion. Now, I know if you include it with...
We started at 3.5, though. If you talk about...
I know if you include the 3.5, it adds up to about 5 trillion or so, but then they wound up...
Not to mention the overruns that are probably going to happen, which is just a fact.
Can we point out real quick, though, that by building infrastructure, we're going to make that money back on the initiatives that infrastructure allows us to do, right? Like,
there's a ratio to it. Like each dollar government spending produces some magnitude more than that. There's a factor there. I've seen like 1.2, 1.4 times in new revenue generated as a result of increased productivity. So you may well be making back a couple $100 billion in tax revenue as a result of increased productivity from having infrastructure that functions to facilitate commerce instead of before. So you are actually making your money back too. That's another thing. So
interesting point. Even though I'm not supposed to give my opinion, I did read in Foreign Affairs recently, I think it was like edition 4 or 5 editions ago, that if you give the funding to local governments for them to spend it, it actually is a factor of 1.5, which is greater than actually on the federal level because they can be more precise about where it goes specifically.
Base.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Next we're gonna throw it over to hardwood and sock, and then philosophy. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
So I don't know. I feel like there were some strange takes in there about like the child tax credit. I believe like it's very widely popular on both the Republican side and the Democrat side. So that's actually more of like a populist policy.
Is withdrawing from Afghanistan though, and that's also wrong. So.
That's actually a great idea. But anyway. Like, we shouldn't discourage anyone.
Have fun watching as Kandahar gets slaughtered. All
right.
I agree with you on Afghanistan. Let's talk about the other thing. Like, the populism, regardless, all right? Like, just keep going.
Yeah. So, all right. We shouldn't be discouraging people from having children. I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing to do. If someone who is, let's say lower middle class has a child, and they need, and they should be eligible for this tax credit, and it should be spent on the child. I think it's a really good thing, and the fact that we don't want poor people, reproducing. I don't know, that's just insane to me. It doesn't. I'm tired, so my mental processes are breaking down. But that just kind of blew my mind. And then as far as research for cars, well, that is infrastructure too. We need more research into green energy and more renewable resources. We can't keep going on the same trajectory that we're going on. So the research aspect is definitely part of infrastructure.
The second bill does that.
So I also
Well,
I want to
don't
bring
like
it
the
back.
second. I don't like all the second.
I want to bring it back to what Perspective Philosophy was saying about the cryptocurrency issue. I think that hey, it's Katarana. Hey,
Hi, Kat.
Katarana, how are you?
Hello, I'm your moderator.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
I'm about
for
to
a
talk
little
about
bit.
some cryptocurrency here. How do you feel about that, Katarana?
Well, I don't think that has to do with infrastructure. So
It actually does. It's in the bill. You know that, right?
is it in the bill? Well,
It is.
Damn.
It's a
Yes,
part
it
of the
is.
bill.
Well,
It's about raising revenue.
Good thing
So-
I'm a moderator, not someone that's a panelist. So let's
Right.
go, lads.
I mean,
So
Katarana, when did you become a cat girl?
she's
I've
always been a cat
she's
girl.
she's
I
always been
don't
a cat
remember
girl.
the cat ears. Those are new.
It's in
I
the
think-
name.
Oh, okay.
Katarana, yes.
Yeah.
Katarana.
So anyways, back to the crypto topic. So I do think this from what we've seen, at least from my own viewing on the market, I don't think that the crypto industry is that concerned about it. But I personally think that it's probably a bad take to have, just based on what like crypto's like base understanding is supposed to be about, like decentralized exchanges. But for me personally, I still think that the things that are done, like Ethereum is like more built on like an actual utility of the blockchain. I think that's where the crypto is going to go more towards, is like, how can we utilize the actual blockchain of the cryptocurrencies more so than the cryptocurrencies themselves. But like, as far as I'm concerned, like, I think it was perfectly fine to like treat it like a stock where you like take profit and losses based on when you like buy or sell, or when you sell your your gains or whatever. But the issue that we're having with this is, I know it's got some caveats about like mining and stuff like that where it's like exempt, but I just worry that these the people that are actually instituting these provisions don't really understand the whole concept of the industry of cryptocurrency. But hopefully, I hope that they will eventually treat it like capital gains and things like that, like they do for the stock market. I mean, I think that's probably where most likely we're headed. But I'm a little concerned about like the over regulation of just trying to like the government to extort money and like milk it for like everything it's worth, and like that will put a huge dampener on like the innovation of the crypto markets and like what blockchain can actually achieve.
I mean, like, if people are going to gamble in the crypto market, like, I'm all for taxing it. I don't like I think that's a normal thing. I don't particularly care so much about like this specifically being the bill. I just like my bills being funded, whether it's through taxes or through deficit spending. Like, if we're going to do it this way, I would prefer to do it like by raising income tax on people who make more than 400K. But we didn't get that because the Republicans didn't want it in the bill, and Biden is so concerned with nutting over bipartisanship that he was willing to take it out. So
we could literally fund a huge section of it.
Can I pass it over to Perspective
tax
Philosophy, since it seems like he's been trying to get in for a little bit?
Yeah, it's his turn. Sorry.
Cool. I was just going to say, just in quickly to retort to Hans and kind of stand Biggs for a second. Like, I think that, to be entirely honest with you, I think Biggs was making the argument that, look, it's not going to fund anything if you overtax a market, you don't understand the market, and then you engage heavily within the market when it's in pretty much an infancy, kind of stage. You destroy the market, and then now you've got no funding, and then you kind of like, oh shit, well, we're gonna have to find that 28 billion somewhere else, and I think that's kind of what he was saying. I don't think that like necessarily will lead to that sort of scenario, but I think that like blockchain, this technology is fairly innovative, like it's fairly new. We're just really getting our heads around it and what we can do and what we can't do. I think that one of the biggest risks for me, and I would say, is that I think to be entirely honest with you, it's a bit of a fad. I think that it's not necessarily going to hit the same way as something like the stock market. I don't know. I could be absolutely wrong on that. You know what I mean? Where like people are buying and trading against like, actual companies or something like that. I think that even in comparison to the Forex market, I don't think that it's got the same, backing as something that has a central banking system which is backing it up, and I think that the whole mining structure of things, and let's be honest, the whole thing at the minute needs some form of regulation to stop the pump and dumps and stuff like that. So there is a lot of stuff that needs to happen in this market. It's very young. I'm just sort of interested in what people's takes were on that. But like obviously now, just to quickly respond to superpower broadcasting, because my fucking god, that was like out of everything. I mean, like that. No, nah, I'm not going to allow the whole perverse incentives, like absolute bollocks. That's just like not only is the narrative just propaganda, like conservative propaganda, to be entirely honest with you, but it's not representing families and parents who would actually benefit from tax credits. The majority of the population.
Then why do conservatives support the tax credits then? They want poor Christians to have kids, is what they want.
People can support something for different reasons. Like lefties want to do it because we give a fuck about children, and then like there were conservatives for different reasons. Biggs is a family man. I don't know if Sparky has kids. I don't know if like Sock has kids.
I'm loving the money, man.
Like they care
Rain it
about,
down.
They care about their families too. Like it doesn't. I think it is a generic good for society. It seems like most of us. Like I know you personally don't like it, but there's a lot of good reasons to do this. It helps families on the lower end of the spectrum. It helps take care of kids who don't get to choose what fucking family they're born into. And like,
well, my point, that's my point. That's my point. I want kids born in the future to be born into families that can take care of them better. That's my point. It's about raising better generations down the road.
Which is something done with a tax credit. That's the way you can do that.
Right. Like I think that's like the idea. Look, like they've been telling us with thank you, Hans, and thank you, Riverboat Jack, for essentially saying what I would have said, to be entirely honest with you.
Sorry.
No. I think that's great. Like I think that it's at least it's not like a monologue. I think that the whole point of this perverse incentives thing being a conservative propaganda. I look, like maybe I'm looking at it from a British point of view, but my notion of conservatism is to see, to promote things like austerity measures are atypical of a conservative agenda, especially in, outside of the United States as well as in the United States. It's not something that's just like, kept in that little niche. But I think that the point of incentivization in terms of tax credits misses the whole point of why it's an incentive. Like the incentive exists because of the dire inequality of children growing up in families who are dirt poor despite working full time, and that inequality then turns into a system which perpetuates not only inequality, criminality, and costs the government more and more. If you actually put money at the bottom now, you may actually prevent the criminality and the issues that you're saying come from poor families, because the poor families, the poverty might be causing the issue. Fix the poverty right now, rather than allowing the poverty to develop and then go, oh well, what are we going to do about the poor? Maybe we should just shoot them all.
Well, the problem with that though is it basically.
Sorry, just one moment.
Are you defending shooting the poor?
Sorry,
No.
just a moment. Denims, you've been raising your hand for a while. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to add on really quickly to what perspective philosophy was talking about, because it's just exactly what I was on my mind, which is like we have a very rigid definition in here of what infrastructure is, without recognizing that there is like a hard infrastructure like roads and trains and planes and all this other shit, the pipes in your house. And then there's also like soft infrastructure. Like we put funding towards things that improve America as a whole. Part of that is social welfare programs, because sometimes we forget that our labor force is part of what makes a country a country. You need a stable labor force. When you dump money into the soft infrastructure through like social welfare programs to pull the poor out of poverty, you are investing into your labor force. Even if we ignore removing people from crime and not having to deal with all of the negatives of having a society or country filled with crime, you also recognize that a highly skilled labor force is just good for a country's general economic well-being and health. Like this is part of the infrastructure. Just because it isn't a physical, tangible item doesn't mean that it's not infrastructure anymore. It is still infrastructure. As long as you are putting that funding back in, all the definitions would agree with this. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just as a heads up, we're going to be doing closing statements in the next 3 minutes or so.
Okay, I'll make this really quick then. I'll just quickly say then, I think that's really well put. I think that seeing this as an infrastructural issue is exactly what this bill is meant to do. If you look at the bill, and the reason that it's gotten, let's be honest, why it's getting bipartisan support is really because it's a way to stimulate the economy. It's a mixture of like Friedman Keynesian economics that is essentially trying to boost the economy at a time in which it is fairly in a dire straits. I mean, like not in like the global scene and relatively, but like the world economy is in dire straits, and we need to do something immediately. And I think that as well, Riverboat Jack, you mentioned green energy research. I think that's incredibly. It's going to be incredibly lucrative. And entirely honest with you, we do need to remove our dependency upon fossil fuels. We don't realize how much of an existential crisis this is going to be. If you think the infrastructural plans that are being put forward today are bad, when climate change truly hits, you have no idea what we are going to have to do. As Europe is considering a plan to dam the North Sea to prevent flooding, we are talking about damming an entire sea. That is how bad this can get. We are talking about massive billions, trillions of dollars on the single projects. That's how bad this can get. So green energy research will not only pay for itself in terms of preventing further spending, but it will also allow for the development of technologies in terms of battery research and so on, which can also stimulate an economy. I know that at one point, the Apollo project brought in $14 for every $1 that was spent on it in terms of public sector funding. So public sector funding can genuinely produce lucrative opportunities for the private sector as well. And final thing to say, just on the perverse incentive issue, I said just don't complain about the medicine when you're the one causing the disease.
Damn, that sounds like a closing statement if I've ever heard one.
Silence.
Shh. Are you the moderator? I don't think so. Anyways, starting with the most
He is in the middle of my
looking.
screen, so
I will server mute you. Okay, starting with
Sorry,
the most
ma'am.
miserable looking person for their closing statements. I'm gonna go with Hardwood and Sock because you look like you want to fucking sleep, buddy. So okay, let's hear your closing statement.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's literally been the week from hell, and I'm just struggling at this point. Infrastructure, good. As far as like the $1.2 billion package, I think that's great. I think that there's some things that I would like to see not in the $3.5 trillion package. But I mean, that's like really getting into details, and we don't exactly have time to get into like every single little detail that is in there. Child tax credit, good. Universal pre-K, good. Like there's big things I do agree with, but there's a couple other things. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed the panel. Everybody was really chill. It was like a really good conversation for the most part. And yeah, no, you can find me on twitch.tv/hardwoodensock. Moderate conservative, like talking to people. Just like a normal conversation, not like hardcore like debate or shit. So if you like it, come check it out. Thank you for having me, as always, Kat and Dylan.
Mostly me, but yeah, I'll pretend like he did something. Okay, cool. So the next person, I'm just throwing it around because I'm edgy. I'm gonna go with Aircraft Sparky. You're next.
Well, thank you so much for having me tonight. It was a lot of fun. In the end, it's the earmarks that are taking away the funding from actual infrastructure, which makes this bill mostly dishonest. Infrastructure is quite important to the success of the country, but it's all the added pork that pretty much offends, well, people like me. The problem is Americans need to understand what the government is for, what the design is. When it comes down to it, the Americans need to know where their tax dollars is going, because politicians are so dishonest. They will frame this bill claiming that it is for infrastructure and then throw earmarks for their little pet projects. The bulwark of this bill is nothing more than a progressive wish list. It has nothing to do with actual infrastructure. Child care, child tax credits is a good thing, but it needs to be in a tax code, not an infrastructure bill. Pot research is not infrastructure. Out of the $1.2 trillion bill, only about $500 billion goes towards actual, I guess, what we would call hard infrastructure. Well, hard infrastructure is the only infrastructure that really does exist. I want better infrastructure in America. I truly do. And look, I could support a $3 trillion infrastructure bill if it went towards our roads, our ports, our rails, our electrical grid, our water grid. My goodness. Flint, Michigan is still having issues with water. We have a lot of areas in a first world country where the water is damn near undrinkable. And it's because the infrastructure is crumbled, has not been kept up properly. I would like to see all that repaired. I don't want to see ridiculous earmarks in these bills to convince Senator whomever, to research Bigfoot or anything stupid like that. And we're going to call it infrastructure. Be honest about what it is. And you do that, you would actually see a lot more conservatives going, yeah, that's a good thing. That's an investment in the country. Read the articles in the Constitution. It'll tell you exactly what the breakdown of power is, how it should all go. I'm Aircraft Sparky. You can find me on twitch.tv/Aircraft Sparky and youtube.com/Aircraft Sparky. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to be going to, I think, a protest over there at the Capitol building here in the great state of mediocrity, aka Oklahoma, and see what they're protesting. I'm not exactly sure, so that'll be interesting. But yes, thank you for having me on. Great discussion tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you all.
Wonderful. I'm gonna throw it over to Denims.
Thanks for having me. Closing statements on infrastructure. I think that I don't really understand the reasoning behind, I guess, conservatives who don't want Democrats to put other things in the bill because they feel like it's not infrastructure. I mean, as long as you agree with it, I guess it doesn't really matter. But more importantly, it is, and it would be classified as infrastructure, or at least the things that have been brought up and the things that I've seen. Maybe there's a couple things in there that wouldn't be considered infrastructure. And then I would say, the bill is very good. I wish it went further. Yeah. And me, I am Denims, twitch.tv/Denims. I stream every single morning, 6:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hans.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. I fucking love infrastructure. I'm really happy that Sparky went full socialist at the end there and said he wants $3 trillion of infrastructure. I know he's a nationalist and now he's a socialist. I would ask if he's a national socialist. But anyway, I really appreciate having this conversation. I think we got a lot of agreement on the first half of the bill. Fucking based. Really enjoyed that. Second part, human infrastructure is infrastructure. I want to make our country strong. I want our people to, take care of themselves. I want to take care of kids. I want a fun education. I want America to be the best. I want us to be a social democratic market socialist paradise. And this is the first in a long line of steps to getting us there. All things aside, thank you all for putting up with me. I know I can be a lot, and I'm really fucking happy to talk about this stuff. So I'm really sorry if I rubbed anyone the wrong way. Sparky, that was a joke. I know you're not a Nazi. You're fucking cool, bro. I'm happy to chat with any of you after. All this sort of stuff. Thank you so much for having Dylan. It's always a fucking blast.
Wonderful. I'm going to throw it over to Hardwood Sock.
Cat hit me first with outros.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Okay. Sparky, me, and then Sock, and then you did Denim, so it's Biggs.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Biggs.
Yeah, thank you, Dylan, for having me on tonight. You can find me on Twitch at Biggs8500 and Twitter and YouTube at Biggs8500 as well. As far as the infrastructure bill goes, like I said at the beginning, I think that it was basically just a debacle all around. I think that both the left and the right don't like what the outcomes were. We'll see what's going to happen in the Senate when Pelosi gets it back, when they come back from recess. Hopefully, they're able to push at least something forward that can be reasonable and able to help improve the overall society for the everyday American. While I don't necessarily agree with everything in the bill, and especially the $3.5 trillion bill that they had for the reconciliation bill, but I think that as a society we do have to accept some type of amount of responsibility as far as financially for improving things like infrastructure, right? We need to have these things, especially now when we're trying to compete with other countries and things like that. So I think the more we can have as far as especially cyber infrastructure with broadband for everybody and things like that, I think that's always going to be a net benefit. But I think we need to be very careful about the spending and all that. But I think this bill overall, in my honest opinion, which I feel kind of ashamed to say, I think it didn't go quite far enough. I think what we have here is a bill that's kind of like a pie in the sky, and I think it's going to go way over budget, as most public projects do. I was doing some research into it at the for these topics this week, and about 60% of government projects do have budget overruns. So I think that part of the issue we had here with this bill was that it was promise on things that weren't actually true. We had the commission come out and say that we had over $250 billion of deficit that was going to be taken out by this bill, when the Democrats were saying that it was all paid for by other taxes and whatnot. So I think that that's just bad optics. And I also saw that there was some stipulations that because of all these projects, it was going to end up actually costing us eventually, for the whole term of the project, over $5 trillion, and not just the $1.2 trillion. Not only that, but I do feel like the Republicans did have some recourse when some of the stuff was earmarked for specific people to have their like agendas given. I don't know if you guys know, but some of the things that like Joe Manchin was holding off on voting for the bill, and he was saying, and his wife's Appalachian, I don't know if it was like Appalachian Road Commission or something like that, was actually given some amount of money. I want to say it was like $9 billion for their projects. And the same thing with Schumer. He had a $12 million tunnel that was budgeted specifically for like his constituents' needs. So I think that type of give and take is kind of a little bit sus, but overall, I think we should have actually spent more money and been more honest about what these projects are actually going to achieve. And hopefully, it won't run over too much of the budget, but we'll be able to do something positive with this 1.2 trillion, and hopefully, it won't cost us the exorbitant amounts that I'm expecting. But hopefully, it won't cause too much of a burden on the future tax base.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Perspective Philosophy.
Yeah, so I actually think that everyone's been fairly reasonable. I'd like to thank everyone for this conversation. It's been really great. Yeah, so I think that overall the bill's I think the bill's good. Whether I would consider it a success is again in relation to with whether it would actually be paid for, not in the sense that it would, whether they can afford to be pay for it, but whether it's actually going to meet budget and whether it's going to go over. I think that's a real issue in the sense that it's going to require more bills to come after it, and the bill maybe didn't go far enough. And I think that seems to be like a fairly unanimous position upon how it's actually going to function as once the bill's activated. But then I think, just to build on Biggs's point there as well, there is the issue I think that he raises in terms of like sort of spending and capitulation in terms of government. I think that what will come afterwards will be more worrisome, which you talk about who gets the contracts. And that's, if I was an American, that's what I would keep an eye on. Who is getting these private contracts? Because I would not trust a politician with a fiver, never mind with $1 trillion. So,
base.
Yeah. But, the thing is that, yeah, so I think that overall, it's good bill. It's doing the right thing. I think that it's certainly, I think that the American money printing and so on can be paid for. Will be covered anyway. I think that the American economy will only benefit from this. It's kind of sad in some respects to see it being more neoliberal than Keynesian, like liberal, in some respects. And overall, I think that the investment into green energy is absolutely great and will only benefit the world and the United States as a whole. And one last thing. Superpower broadcaster. I think that it's a little bit hyperbolic to say that the United States is in a cold war with China. I think that's a little bit far. I think that's kind of inflammatory language, and it doesn't necessarily do well for diplomatic relationships. So yeah, and if you want to check out anything, by me, check out me on YouTube, Perspective Philosophy, and on Twitch, which is Perspective Philosophy. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna throw it over to Riverboat Jack.
Okie dokie. Yeah, so to kind of circle back around, earlier I said, what do we get back for every dollar we spend on infrastructure? Federal Reserve puts that at about $1.5 to $3 for every dollar invested in infrastructure. So when we're talking about who's going to pay for it, in the long term, it's going to pay for itself. But also, we can definitely talk about how it's being funded, the efficacy of that. I would argue the CBO is not necessarily a foolproof way of figuring out costs on when it comes to something this big. But generally speaking, even if we go with the CBO's estimate, eventually it will pay for itself. That being said, when we're talking about what other things this bill is going to do, especially when it comes to cleaning up the environment, yeah, guess what? It specifically has money devoted to cleaning up environmental disasters that are affecting various communities across the United States, including Flint, Michigan. So when we're talking about this story, we need to keep in mind that this is something that's literally going to prevent like millions of people from being poisoned by aging water infrastructure. And it's going to create jobs in the process. That's great. When we talk about the soft infrastructure of the United States, we need workers to do things. And workers can't do things if they have children that they need to take care of. They can't do things if they are undereducated for the positions that are open. And really, a lot of this investment into soft infrastructure is just ensuring we have a competitive workforce going forward into the future. And I think that's a great, great thing. Especially under the current conditions that we have, right? And when we're talking about investing in buses, in transportation technologies, in batteries, these are all things that benefit us in so many ways. Whether it comes to like how thin our phones can be, or how fast our electric cars can be, or how effective and how much mileage our electric buses can get, or even like infrastructure, like how fast it takes to get from city to city. That can be determined by train technology that we can pioneer. We have the opportunity with this bill to create new opportunities for America, and I think that's a wonderful thing. I want Americans to have as many opportunities and as much freedom as possible, and I don't really see why anyone would oppose that. Anyway, my name is Riverboat Jack. You can find me over on Twitch at twitch.tv/riverboatjack, and I talk about socialism, decommodification, and organizing to make the world a better place. So check me out if that's your jam.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again, Dylan. It was a lot of fun. We got a pretty productive conversation tonight. Not too much in the way of blood sports or anything, which, you know, I'm always down for blood sports and stuff. I like debates. I got a playlist over on my channel, about 40 debates or so, if you're into debates out there. This is more of a productive conversation. That was fun, too. So basically, my position, just to close here, I am going to briefly just respond to Perspective Philosophy addressing the issue of the extent to which we're in a Cold War with China. They just threatened to nuke Japan, and they've tried to bankrupt Australia while threatening to nuke their capital. And they view the United States as, of course, the key to Western security. They're definitely basically, we're in a conflict with them, a cold conflict that's only going to be resolved with one going bankrupt or the other going bankrupt or worse. And so I try to seek out as fast a way as possible to bankrupt communist China before we risk it coming to an actual war if they try to take Taiwan or something. And so I don't think war is inevitable with them. I think that we can play this smart and that we can bankrupt them, but we're definitely in a Cold War. We need to be in a Cold War standing. And I think we're a little bit too cushy and our corporations are a little bit too in bed with them to where, oh yeah, we got to be diplomatic and everything, bro. No, we need to recognize it for what it is. That's my perspective. But what I will say on the infrastructure thing is, in that theme, the infrastructure bill, though it doesn't go far enough on the solid infrastructure, it is a good step towards competing with communist China in the Cold War. It's a good step towards bolstering and rebuilding a lot of damaged and distraught American infrastructure that's been allowed to decay for too long. And I think if Biden wants to get a better domestic legacy, he might push for another infrastructure package to make up the difference of the 2.6 trillion, because this is still going to leave almost or a little bit more than the magnitude of this off from the difference of where the experts say that the United States should be, about $2.6 trillion. And so I'm going to close by saying here, I'm doing a post show over on my channel, Superpower Broadcasting, in about half an hour. It's my 1000th video on YouTube, so it'll be fun. We're going to talk about my performance and everything here, so be sure to check that out if you're interested. And I do daily live streams and daily videos to YouTube, as well as daily live streams to Twitch and Periscope as well, mostly focused on foreign policy and national security issues. But I've been branching out to more talk about liberal social topics and liberal economics and the general culture war at large. And so thank you for having me on again, Dylan. It's been a lot of fun. Have a good night, everybody.
Wonderful. Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming by today for the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. Now I'm going to say something that nobody else here endorses what I'm going to say right now. I just want to make that very clear. But Mike, I have no clue if you're watching. But digging up my dead boss to make a point against me is not a cool thing to do at all. And saying that I'm disgracing his legacy by hating the Taliban is one of the most fucking ridiculous things you could possibly say. Okay? You're a fucking scumbag who couldn't make it in politics, and so now you grift on Twitch, okay? You got into politics because your mommy lost an election, okay? Some of us got into politics because we care about making the world a better place, okay? You fucking continue in your own little lane, okay? I'll continue in mine.
100% endorsement.
Based.
Wonderful.
You, Mike.
Based.
And,
Okay.
Mike, you want to talk shit? I promise. I'm tougher than a couch.
Okay,
Like,
the rest of you, have a wonderful day, okay?
Jesus.
You have a good
Thanks
one.
again, Dylan.
Nobody else endorsed that
Thank you,
last
Dylan.
statement. Y'all have a good one. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.